Oh. We used to have a lot more people in here when we had more deeper things, so I think we're okay. As long as people are comfortable standing, but there are seats available in the other rooms. You want to sit down, so we will do our best to get through business in a efficient fashion, so people don't have to stand for hours. With that, welcome everybody. It's nice to have so many people in the room. My name is Kevin Murdoch. I am the mayor of Oak Bay, and very nice to have everybody here. This is our regularly scheduled council meeting for Monday, March the 25th. As we call this meeting to order, we just like to do so by acknowledging that we're gathering on the traditional territories of the Coast and the Straits Salish peoples. Specifically, we acknowledge the Songhees and Esquimalt Nation, the Lekwungen-speaking people, whose connections to these lands continue to this day. Our first order of business is just approval of the agenda. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. We have adoption of the minutes of March 11th with 6 and 7 p.m. Moved and seconded. I think you, Councillor Smart, you had a motion arising. I think we will.
I do, just in reflection of the wording of the motion. I have a motion arising with just a clarification. So my motion is that the time...
Just, if I may, and I'll just get clarification from this, I think the minutes were accurately reflect the motion that was made. And so a motion arising would just be to get agreement from this body after receipt of the motion that was made to clarify the intent of that motion, because I think there's a bit of fuzziness on that. So I think we just want to make sure we're receiving or adopting these as we're done, and then we'll get that correction or change made procedurally. So moved and seconded. Any discussion, changes, corrections, amendments? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. Now go ahead, Councillor. This is related to the 3.2, the regular council minutes of March 11th.
Yeah, thank you. My motion arising is that the timelines to implement the Energy Step Code Step 3 in Resolution 2024-117 of the March 11th council meeting minutes be clarified to refer to the Part 3 buildings, residential buildings of 6 stories or less. Building code, building type.
I need a seconder for that, and I'm happy to, I think we can just explain, moved and seconded. Councillor Smart, maybe just helpful if you explain
Thank you.
why that is necessary.
The motivation for this motion is that the motion that was carried referred to just Part 3 buildings in general. The intent of the earlier motion was to align regionally with what the City of Victoria current requirements are, as well as Salish, and the City of Victoria has it specifically just for the category of residential buildings of 6 stories or less. I didn't intend the motion to be divergent from the regional approach.
Thank you. Seconder, any comments? Is everybody clear as to what that intention is? I'll give people a chance to go back and have a quick look at it. So it was Resolution 2024-117, which is the under the step code. There was 2 resolutions. The second resolution was 117. And just for people's comfort here, I understand, Councillor Smart, let me give this to Ms. Williams. We were able to confirm that is correct, that this change of language aligns it with the Victorian Salish approach. Ms. Williams?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Council. Yes, the specific part of the resolution that Councillor Smart is trying to correct is where it talks about with the Step 3 Energy Step Code timeline for Part 3 buildings being moved from 2027 to 2024. The table that was provided in the report had 2 different Part 3 buildings in there, and it was just the one part that was intended, the residential buildings 6 stories or less. So this is to ensure that that doesn't naturally include the other part as well.
Thank you. I don't want to rush people on this one, and I'm happy to table it if people wish to have a bit more time to come back to it. Councillor Smart, continue.
Yeah, and just to provide fulsome information, staff also made me aware that I understand that Salish is moving in in a slightly different direction. So the clarification I have would align us at least with Victoria. So I just want to be clear about that particular aspect of it.
Councillor Braithwaite?
Yeah, I'm wondering if we could table this, just because I'd like to have a closer look. It's not that I'm going to disagree with it. I just would like to ensure that I'm understanding correctly what we're actually aligning with, if that's okay.
It's fine. Would you like to table that to later in the meeting, give you a chance to look at it, or do you prefer, why don't we table it to later in the meeting? If you still don't, if people don't feel comfortable, we can come back to it to a future
Sure,
meeting
I
as well.
probably won't have time to look at it in the meeting, but
enough.
yeah.
So
Okay.
I'll table it to the end of this meeting, and if people wish to, and then we'll just deal with it at that time. And if it's, my feeling it'll probably be late, and we'll probably want to just deal with it later, but I don't want it to be lost. So, okay, so right now I have a motion to table this to the end of this meeting. Is there a seconder? Seconded, thank you. Any discussion on the tabling motion? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Smart, for that eagle eye. We now have receipt of committee minutes and public hearing reports. We can do all three of the Heritage Advisory and Committee of the Whole together. Moved and second for receipt. I don't usually debate these. These have been approved at the committee level. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. And thank you very much. That concludes most of the procedural pieces of our agenda package. For those, there's a number of new faces here who I haven't seen in council chambers before, so I'll try and just walk you through some of the process. Different components of the agenda package have public input. Most do. There's just a few by legislation or by procedure bylaw that we don't. This includes adoption of bylaws that have had former public input in 3 readings, and a couple of other narrow aspects. So most things on the agenda tonight have public input. Our procedures allow for the public to talk to us at the time of that on the agenda. So if you're here to anybody in the room or online that wishes to talk to council about items that are on the agenda tonight, I'll invite people up at that time to talk to us. Up next after my mayor's remarks is a public input portion. And just for complete clarity, that is for items not on the agenda, but items of general interest to Oak Bay. So if you're here to just have some thoughts on something that isn't on the agenda, but you think council should know about or would have an interest in, that's the chance to do it. So I hope that helps clarify. So if you're here for an agenda item, I'll give you the opportunity to speak at that time. If you're here for a non-agenda item and just want to talk to council, because we always allow this opportunity, that's coming up next. And if you're online and or watching a live stream and you wish to contact us, if you're going to dial into the 1855 number and raise your hand through the *9, this is the time to do that, because my comments aren't very long. Just a few things to update the community on and council. There was the opening of the Victoria Sketch Club's annual show and art sale. There's over 60 professional artists involved at that. It's currently ongoing until this Wednesday at the Glenlyon Norfolk Junior School on Beach Drive. If you haven't had a chance to pop by there, I do recommend it. It's a really good show. That's an amazing organization that started 115 years ago. Founding the original 50-odd founding members included people like Emily Carr and Samuel McClure, and it's been going strong for all those years. So it's always an interesting show. There was also, just want to express my appreciation to the Heritage Foundation, who put on the screening of Ways We Remember War, the Second Battle of Ypres and Canada's Memory. That was a documentary written, directed, and produced by Dr. Jeffrey Bird of Royal Roads University, and again, great attendance. I usually have a big council attendance at those things, but we had other items going on, so not very many were able to make it. Thanks also just to the province of BC. I can announce, I think, may I, Ms. Williams, the grant was officially, so there was an official announcement today of the grant in the amount of $212,530. That's 60% of the McNeil Street Phase 1 traffic redesign. That's a redesign to enact some traffic calming, but of course that is both a designated collector road and a cycling commuter route. So some detailed design work that has been going on for the last almost probably a year. And last but not least, last week I took a couple of days off. It was my 20th wedding anniversary, and just a reminder, it just reminded me how much we rely on our spouses and friends and family to get through the work that we do. It's true of staff, but it's certainly true of all the volunteers who sit on our committees and commissions and do all these odd hours of meetings and extra work that goes on. And so I just thought I'd give a little shout out to spouses in particular who often have to put up with strange meeting times and getting stopped on the street for odd questions when you just want to go into the store and all the weird things that happen. So, so that concludes my remarks for today. Up next is the public comment and question period. So again, if there's any items that people wish to just address council about that are not on the agenda, please come forward. We have a former councillor Zelka here who can give a good example of how we do this. Welcome. So the procedure is state your name, your municipality of residence. You don't have to give your address, and anything that you wish to speak to us about. We have 3 minutes according to our procedures bylaw, and I'll keep an eye on the time for you if you. So welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Eric Zelka. I live in North Oak Bay, the Henderson area, and Lord Mayor.
Not Lord Mayor.
Father councillors, mother councillors, allow me to share, or begin my comments. I wish to have 2 points to make, but allow me to begin my comments from my cultural background. God save the King. The first point I wish to make has to do with bringing Oak Bay together, having a Parks Rec and Cultural Commission's, Parks Rec and Cultural's swimming pool. It closes at 7 p.m. on a Friday night. Makes it very difficult for me not to feel that that we have not reopened yet. It feels like the Oak Bay is still shut down. It's still hard for people to get together and meet, especially after hours, other than maybe over alcohol or other activities that aren't necessarily conducive to quiet enjoyment. So I certainly would encourage, please either recreate the Parks Rec and Cultural Commission and give them appropriate powers to reopen the swimming pool till 1:30 or 2 in the morning or whatever is appropriate that we can bring people back. That was the first point I wish to make. You guys can figure out the way to do that. The second thing has to do with something that I refer to as doublespeak. George Orwell, 1949 book, 1984, popularized the term doublespeak. I found it very difficult and quite surprising on today's agenda to see something having to do with active transportation, except it has nothing to do with active transportation, it has everything to do with bike lanes. When I go to the BC government's website, active transportation is defined as human-powered transportation, including kayaks, canoes, walking, wheelchairs, scooters. Surprisingly, it even includes e-scooters and e-bicycles, which aren't exactly human-powered, but everything having to do with the next item agenda is 100% bike lanes. I wish the terminology could please be clearer so that the communications and the engagement can be on areas that aren't surprising to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zelka. I'm going to use your comment as a little bit of a plug or an invitation. Our pool is open late. However, we're finding it very hard to find lifeguards in particular right now. So if anybody here wants to be a lifeguard or has children who might be interested in working as a lifeguard, it's a good paying and a job that gives lots of opportunities for references and training within the Parks and Recreation world. So you all look fit and happy enough to do that, so if you're want to do that. Anybody else wish to come and address council? Yes, please come forward. Again, on items not on the agenda tonight.
Maggie Knight, Oak Bay. And sorry, this is just a logistical thing. I have a couple of friends who wish they could be here, but they're putting their kids to bed, and they are texting me and saying that their Zoom credentials are not working to get them in. So we seem to have some folks in. Is there an address that they can, is there any ability to support them? I had this problem a couple weeks ago trying to Zoom into a call as well. So they can watch the live stream, but they would like to be able to speak, but their kids are in bed.
Sure, I'll let staff work on that. Thank you, Ms. Knight. However, I'll just say, if you are watching the live stream, there is an 855 number, 855-703-8985, and there's an ID within at the top of the agenda package. You can call that number as soon as the agenda item starts. Hit *9, that's not #9, but *9, that raises your hand, and we'll see it in this room. And so even if you, for whatever reason, the Zoom is not working for someone, you can call the 855 number and still get in that way by hitting *9. And I'll give instructions at that point. It's to unmute or mute yourself again. So thank you for that. We'll work on that in the background. Anybody else wishes to address council on items here tonight? Yeah, please come forward. Oh, sorry, could you just push the button in the middle there and it'll turn on the microphone?
Yeah, got it.
Welcome.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Michelle Coburn, and I live close to Lansdowne and Henderson, a few houses north on Henderson, and I'm here regarding zoning amendment
So Ms.
being
Colbert,
considered on the agenda. It's item 9.2.
yeah, so we'll call you up when that agenda item comes on.
You will then, at
Yes.
that point? Great.
Yeah,
That's-
this is-
I just wanted to make sure that I
Oh,
didn't
it's
miss the
always better to ask.
opportunity.
No, thank you. Yeah, so again, anything that's on the agenda, we will give people a chance to come. It will be a little later on in the meeting, but of course, we just do these things in order. Anybody else wish to come forward and talk to us on items on the agenda? Not on the agenda, I should say. I don't see any other hands, so I'll move on to the agenda items here. We move first, so I think probably a number of people are here for, which is the reports and memorandums. The first one, 7.1, is the 2023 Oak Bay Active Transportation Strategy Review and Implementation Options. Mr. Rennick, our Deputy Director of Engineering and Public Works, welcome.
Thank you for the introduction, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council and members of the public. In September 2022, Engineering and Public Works staff presented an options analysis for increased funding to deliver an expanded active transportation plan. At that time, it was identified that there was no funding source for an expanded plan. The staff report in September 2022 stated that Council would need to find a way to make up essentially an $800,000 annual funding gap, and at the time, that had been indicated as a approximately 2.7% tax rate increase. Since that meeting in September 2022, staff has worked with Watt Consulting to update the 2011 Active Transportation Plan and develop an implementation plan with Class D cost estimates for the projects. That report is now finished, and staff has prepared a couple of implementation timelines along with some potential funding sources. Recognizing the level of effort associated with designing and implementing active transportation projects, we are also recommending that additional staff members be hired to facilitate delivery of these projects. The questions before Council tonight are how quickly to deliver the projects and what funding source to use. And I am happy to take questions from Council at this time.
I'm going to assume there's going to be some questions, so that's good. And for those here who to speak to this item, procedurally, we usually just do it this way. We'll take questions of council to staff for clarification. Before we get into any motions or comments or anything else, we'll invite members of the public to come forward and speak. Everybody who's here will have a chance to speak. We'll just ask that the comments be kept reasonably short. We have had, I think, 70 or maybe more items of correspondence come in, and I've had a chance to read those. So if you've written in, you can maybe refer to that, but we'd ask that you don't read them aloud. But we'll get to you in just a few minutes. But first, we just need to give council a chance to work with staff and just get our clarification questions asked, and then we'll give the public a chance to speak. At the conclusion of that, you're welcome to stick around, but at that point, we'll come back here and we'll start looking at motions and some other procedural pieces to move it forward. So there we go. Questions? Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks so much, and through you to staff. Mr. Rennick, you were talking a little bit about what funding source we would use, but I want to look at, I just want to ask a question in regards to the, in your report. You mentioned that if the 8-year $1 million or the 5-year $1.6 million are only capital costs, do we have any idea what the additional staff time to oversee the consultants, contractors, or the construction would be? Do we have any idea at all in a ballpark figure of what that would add to that cost, please, and thank you.
Mr. Rennick.
Through you, Mayor, it is identified in the staff report that were the projects to be delivered over the course of 5 years, we would anticipate approximately 2 full-time equivalent staff in the engineering department. Were they to be delivered over 10 years, we would anticipate approximately 1 full-time equivalent.
I did read that, sorry, Mayor, but I was wondering if you have a estimated amount that would be.
Mr. Rennick.
Through you, Mayor, I believe I would actually want to defer to Mr. Payne on that, just to make sure that I quote the number correctly.
Sure. Mr. Payne, and for those in the audience, Mr. Payne is our Director of finance and community and asset management. There we go. Welcome, Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good evening. On a high level, staff estimated that the cost would be approximately $250,000. That's including staffing, benefits, and related costs for new staff.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. Are there other questions of staff at this time? Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Rennick, for the detailed report. I just have a question about, you said we're being asked to approve how quickly and what funds, but the report includes a lot of detail about prioritization and actual design, and I just have a process question here. If we approve this package or some version of it tonight, are we necessarily approving the overall design direction that is included in the report? And I ask that because if we are, I would have some other comments to make, but if we're not really getting down to that level, then I'll hold them off.
Thank you, Mr. Rennick. And it may be worthwhile, I'll let you answer the question. I may ask for a bit of a broader, sort of similar clarification across some other areas. Go ahead, Mr. Rennick.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Council. What's noted in the staff report is that depending on the implementation options chosen, the first step is the recruitment process. Afterwards, it is preparing a timeline schedule for the priority list of projects based on our understanding of the other considerations, which would then come back for council consideration. So we're not looking for endorsement of what order to build the projects in tonight. That will come back to this table.
And just the other part of that question was there's designs, options 1, option 2 with a recommendation amongst those. Is implicitly endorsing any of those designs with this discussion, or would that come back as well as part of the future piece? Mr. Rennick?
Through you, Mayor, there is no implicit endorsement of a particular design option at this time. We have council's overall direction that AAA be the default for all designs. However, we need to undertake detailed design and consultation and come back to council with decisions on those options for these specific projects. That is not being sought at this time.
Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Thank you very much.
Green.
That's great. So I'll withhold all those questions. But I do have another one, and that is about, and this may actually be for Director Payne. It's about the IRR and what is planned for the $700,000 in that fund at present. Is there anything planned for its use in the coming fiscal year or the next fiscal year? Because it's identified in the report as a possible source of funding, but then discounted. So I just wondered where that actually stood as something we could consider.
Sure, thank you. I will give that over to Mr. Payne. Welcome back, Mr. Payne.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The $700,000 program funding that's in the budget for each of the years from 2024 to 2020, 8, it was really a historical combination of the Transportation Safety Improvement Program budget and the Active Transportation budget. Those budget fund a variety of different projects, intersection improvements, sidewalk drops, etc. The engineering department does program that out. For instance, they did some active transportation connections to Victoria, I believe, over near Fowl Bay. So if you would like to know what specific projects are programmed with that funds, I would defer to Deputy Rennick.
Do you wish to have that, Councillor Watson?
Even just for the next year would be helpful. I'm just trying to understand that relatively small amount of money in relation to the larger total that we may want to be spending in order to implement this. So yeah, if you could just comment on at least the next year.
Mr. Rennick.
Through you, Mayor, currently programmed in for 2024 in active transportation and transportation safety improvements is carrying out detailed designs of previously directed council projects such as Henderson, Haltane, updates to the McNeil design. We also have a few stable work packages that we do every year, such as replacing a bus shelter in partnership with BC Transit, upgrading pedestrian crosswalks to have rapid flashing rectangular beacons. Typically, we partner with ICBC on a couple of studies on intersection safety improvements. It's kind of a little bit of a patchwork of a lot of smaller projects that all tend to add up to a total.
Thank you. That's really helpful because it helps me to understand what we'd have to give up if we thought we could allocate that to this. Can I just check? I may have one more question.
Please, just have a look. I can always come back to you too if you wish.
No, that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Green, and then Smart, and then Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, thank you, Mr. Rennick. Oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong person. Thank you, Mr. Rennick, for the report, which is very comprehensive. I appreciate it. And just one question. I think it was referenced somewhere, but the sidewalk master plan, do we have any idea when that will be coming forward to us? If we're looking at this in a holistic fashion? Thank you.
Mr. Rennick?
Through you, Mayor, the department felt that the pedestrian and sidewalk master plan needed to be considered in context with the sidewalk and curb condition assessment, which is currently underway. We wanted to make sure that council had the full picture of what spending is required to repair the sidewalks that we have, as well as constructing new sidewalk facilities. Our intention is still to be able to bring those reports to council in Q2 of this year, subject to the timeline that we can get comments back to the consultant on the condition assessment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I have Councillor Smart, then Patterson, then Appleton.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Rennick. Just a question. I really appreciated that you've given us a preliminary glimpse of some of the aspects of the sidewalk master plan in some of the consultants' report here by sharing it with them. And I'm wondering how, if we do go ahead with these 2 new staff positions, how much of their time might be available to help with the coordination and implementation of some of the aspects of the sidewalk master plan and other elements of active transportation beyond cycle lanes.
Mr. Rennick?
Through you, Mayor, that's a bit of a difficult question to answer at this point in time without knowing the extent of pedestrian and sidewalk master plan projects that would be undertaken. They would certainly be available to assist with some of the public consultation activities, the grant activities. They're similar for pedestrian projects, but I can't comment much further on that at this time.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Rennick. So could you clarify then if any of the scope at all that is listed relating to sidewalk improvements in this plan is actually part of the recommendations that we're looking at today?
Mr. Rennick?
Through you, Mayor, no, it is not. The costs that are outlined in this report are for the AAA cycling facilities.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Rennick, I really appreciate the aspect of the 3 main bike parking facilities that are mentioned in the report. And I just wanted to clarify, because obviously we need more bike parking in commercial areas and parks as well. Is the reason they're not touched on in the report is because those are already being looked at an operational level?
Mr. Rennick?
Through you, Mayor, that is correct. There is a work package of new bike racks that I believe we have already purchased. They may have already arrived, and we are adding additional bike parking to a number of commercial and recreation destinations in Oak Bay this year.
Councillor Smart?
Thank you. Just one more question, just following up through you, Mayor, probably to Director Payne. With regards to Councillor Braithwaite's question around the cost of staff, I'm wondering, is it possible to give us a percentage of potential property tax increase that might be incurred by that per year for both 1 and 2 staff members?
Go ahead, Mr. Payne.
Through your worship, the approximate tax increase for the 2 staff members is about a 0.75% tax increase.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Just for clarification, the 0.75 is for the weighted, the total benefit and salary cost for 1 or for 2?
Through your worship, for 2.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councillor Smart? I have next Councillor Patterson, then Appleton.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to Mr. Rennick and maybe a couple of other staff members on the questions also. Thank you very much for the report. The one thing I do like about the report, although I don't know that it's fully complete, but I do like the fact that it is starting to direct us to a more disciplined approach to cycling assets in the community as compared to our previous somewhat ad hoc approach to it as road work was being done, and people would say, oh, can we do this too? And so this brings a bit more of a disciplined approach to it, which I appreciate, and certainly over a 10-year period, although we only still have 5-year periods of planning for our budgets and the rest of our assets. For this report, though, these would be proposed new assets to the district, and therefore they would have, in addition to the capital costs that are referenced in the report, there would be ongoing operational costs to the report. Do we understand what the implications would be on the tax base for the ongoing life cycle costs and perhaps even operational equipment that would be required to maintain, particularly if it was AAA cycling assets?
Mr. Rennick?
Through you, Mayor, those costs are not fully quantified at this time, but it is a good question that is raised. It's addressed in the Watt report that depending on the type of protected bike lane used, it's possible that additional equipment would be required. For instance, our regional partners in the City of Victoria and District of Salish had to acquire new street sweepers that were narrow enough to sweep the protected bike lanes. The snow removal becomes a challenge. There's operational challenges around garden waste pickup week. So some of these details have not been fully fleshed out and would be fully fleshed out in the detailed design phase.
Councillor Patterson?
Thank you for the response to that question, and if I can continue, Mayor. The other item I noticed, and it has been alluded to in this meeting by a member of the gallery and certainly by another member of council, but on page 24 of the report, the Watt report, it does say, it is, however, important that the district ensure that pedestrian and cycling infrastructure improvements are coordinated and integrated to ensure safe and accessible connectivity across the entire active transportation network in Oak Bay. Looking at the active transportation networks throughout the CRD that the other member communities have put forward, there seems to be almost a direct relation and not insignificant costs related to the cycling assets versus other assets like sidewalks and curb cuts, and that was alluded to. So if I extrapolate, not having the information here, but what is happening in other communities and proportionally looking at what they're doing, because all of the other members of the CRD have a fully integrated active transportation system that includes all forms of human movement that get you from point A to point B. So if I extrapolate that, then I would anticipate that for a community like Oak Bay, and by comparison Esquimalt, I looked at theirs, because it is a very walkable community, and we actually have a high ratio of sidewalks in this community, I would then anticipate, in considering this tonight, that any delay in receiving information on the pedestrian aspects to the active transportation will be equally as high or higher than these costs. I noticed that the District of Salish because they are a bit more mature in their cycling network, and they have integrated now into their taxes about $500,000 per year, but their sidewalk restorations $1.25 million. So I would expect active transportation, holistically speaking, to include everything. Our numbers would be almost double perhaps of what we're seeing here tonight that we would expect at the end result of our budgets.
I'm not sure that was a question. I will, as much as you can, Mr. Rennick, perhaps you can talk to that, and maybe also if answer the question of, given the uncertainty of those costs and the fact that's coming back, if we might be able to, if we have any more detailed costing of those, the cost of the options for the cycling infrastructure come back at the same time as the active or the pedestrian and sidewalk master plan. 'Cause I think it would be interesting to have that discussion in that context. But go ahead, please, to the input.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. In wanting to advance capital projects for this financial plan, we often have to make assumptions and before we have the final reports. You will see tomorrow night when you are deliberating the financial plan, that we are suggesting a $500,000 annual capital program for sidewalk repairs. And that was done in advance of having the final sidewalk condition report, but that was something that Director Robertson and I felt was an appropriate estimate at what is a manageable amount of work that could be done on sidewalk repairs with existing staff, with the defects that we know about. And so I don't want there to be the impression that we are only asking for active transportation funds to be spent on cycling, because there is also that $500,000 sidewalk program that we are recommending.
Go ahead, Councillor Patterson, please continue.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for that information. I noticed in the tax increase required in item 2, it's 2.5% with regardless of whether it is the 5-year or the 10-year debt. What is the useful life anticipated for? I guess it's somewhat dependent. If a road has to be replaced and the bike lane is on the road, obviously it's going to affect the bike lane. But kind of several of them have been down long enough now. So what do we, when we're calculating what this will cost, what are we amortizing it over? Or depreciating it over, I guess is the right term.
Mr. Rennick?
Through you, Mayor, the asphalt surfaces that make up a road have an approximately 20 to 25-year service life. The concrete infrastructure, were there to be concrete infrastructure separating lanes, we would say approximately 50 to 75 years, properly maintained. So they do have fairly long lifespans.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I have Councillor Appleton, and we'll maybe go to some second time questions as well.
Thank you, Worship, and through you to staff. Really pleased to see this report coming back to council and excited to see the content in it. Just a few questions. I think maybe some of these would be for Mr. Payne, but I just wanted to say there's a comment in here just with respect to under financial impact, and it speaks to that the spending proposed does not align well with either capital funding program, either the active transportation and safety improvements, 700,000, or the grant contingent funding, as it is mainly new infrastructure. I can see that with respect to the 700K funded by the Infrastructure Renewal Reserve, but the grant contingent funding I would have expected to be for new projects. So I'm just wondering, it says neither of these is a good fit because it's new infrastructure, but I would have expected that the grant contingent funding would be for new infrastructure. So can we clarify that point?
Thanks, Councillor Appleton. Go ahead, Mr. Payne.
Thank you, through your worship. Apologize if the report wasn't clear with respect to grant-funded infrastructure, because it is certainly appropriate for new infrastructure to be funded by grant. So that program, if we were able to get a grant as we have for McNeil, it's more than appropriate to use that for new infrastructure. And then, of course, staff bring back the life cycle cost of that infrastructure before it's built, because it does result in a tax increase, but nevertheless, council is provided with that opportunity.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. So earlier on, I think we just had some questions regarding the tax increase with respect to staffing, particularly about 0.75% was what I heard. So if we're looking at the options laid out in the table under financial impact here, if we're looking at, say, option 4, funding with property tax increase, it would be those values plus 0.75%. And that would be over the lifetime of the period. So 5.75, for instance, plus 0.75 total over a 5-year period. Do I have that correct?
Mr. Payne?
Through your worship, no, those figures include staffing, so 5.75% over a 5-year period. That would include accelerated capital funding plus the staffing required to do that program. Similar with the 10-year option, that does include staffing plus the funding for infrastructure.
Thank you. Can I just ask a clarification question, Councillor Appleton? Just for everybody's clarification on that, when it says 2.5%, is that 2.5% every year accumulating each year, or is it when one time 2.5% of that funding would carry on for over the duration of the term?
Your worship, I presume that question's to me.
Yes, sorry.
The answer would be that's a one-time tax increase, so that could be phased in over several years, which is a comment I made in the comment section. Tax increases could be phased in over 1 to 3 years. Of course, the speed at which it would be phased in would impact the speed at which the program could be implemented.
Thank you. Sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you for that, Your Worship. I think that's important, and that's further to my question about, is that essentially, does that represent the number, or is that an increasing number? I just wanted to ask a staffing question, and I totally understand the need and the importance of having additional staff resources to service a growing program. I'm just wondering in what way and kind of in what capacity any existing staff who work on the traffic portfolio would be redeployed to do any of this work, or whether or not those people, those individuals are fully subscribed in what they're already involved in.
I'll give that to Mr. Rennick. Oh, we're going to welcome Mr. Robertson. Mr. Robertson is our Director of Engineering and Public Works at Oak Bay. Welcome.
Yes, thanks for the question. Through the Mayor, the one staff member that we have working on transportation projects, which to date have been more of the partnership with ICBC, traffic signal timing, different things like that, are focused now on the sidewalk report, the pavement condition report, which we're about to receive, streetlight poles, so all the surface infrastructure. So the capacity to take on this work wouldn't be there, given the amount of work that's in those other areas. Also, this is a bit more of a specialty, which we would want someone who's focused on specifically this type of work.
Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one further question. In the past, council has, and there's been movement of money or funds between certain reserves. There exists an additional reserve in addition to the ones that are listed here for village parking. And council, in my time on council, has moved funds in and out of that fund because it does have as one of its secondary deliverables, or one of its secondary options for disbursement, active transportation infrastructure. And so I'm wondering whether or not that village parking reserve, which I think is about $900,000, whether or not it, if I, as I understand it correctly, is still applicable to active transportation projects. If it is applicable to active transportation projects, could it potentially be used for the purposes of active transportation improvements on Oak Bay Avenue and through the village as laid out in the plan?
Thank you for that, Council. I think I'll give that to Mr. Payne.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And if council wants an absolute official answer on this, I would just ask for it to be requested through a resolution or something like that. But I do believe it is possible. The issue is that when the legislation was first enacted for off-site street parking, it did not include active transportation infrastructure. It was later amended to include active transportation infrastructure. So the question being, were the receipt of the funds that were received prior to that amendment eligible for active transportation. Nevertheless, there is mechanism under the community charter that allows council to essentially declare that they no longer need the funds for the original specified purpose and transfer those funds, which I do believe requires ministerial approval. But once again, this is a little bit off the cuff, so if council wants an official answer, I'd be more than happy to get that information and provide that.
Great, Councillor Appleton.
Understood, Your Worship, and thank you to Mr. Payne. And yeah, I understand that is a bit of a last minute question for me, so I apologize for that. And that's it for me for right now, Your Worship.
All right, thank you. I'll have just ask one question, I think, and go back to a couple of second-time questions. We can come back to this table and ask further questions, but I do want to give this a large number of people, I think, of interest in this, so I want to make sure we give people a chance to speak to us. My question requires a very short preamble, and it's just that obviously all the things we're talking about here, whether it's grants or the detailed design or these other pieces, are still fairly, and the consultation requirements for those grants add, time. I'm curious if we have any sense if we wanted to not build the full AAA, but at least work on, a painted line approach to building out the connected bike network in the shorter term. If we have any sense of the cost or possibility of that, is that something that we could do if we're not seeking a grant without the same level of detailed design and consultation required by the granting application process? So I guess two-part question, is that something that we can do without the same level? And two, do we have any sense of cost for, particularly the main routes that we're contemplating, Cadborough Bay? Some of those routes obviously already have some painted lines on them. Mr. Rennick?
Through you, Mayor, the costs for painted bike lanes are significantly lower than the costs for concrete protected. Depending on the level of protection, the cost could be anything from a quarter to a tenth or less. The cost of putting down paint is fairly well known. That being said, it does still need a design. We still need to take into consideration things like turning radius, sight lines, where do you break the lines for driveways, where do you put in conflict paint, etc. They would have significantly lower capital cost. That is a direction that council could provide if that is the will of the council.
Appreciate that, Mr. Rennick. The other thing I think I just would like to make sure that we don't leave this end of day without. I do appreciate the detailed design work still to come back. I do appreciate that the detailed costing still to come back. We're dealing with an order of magnitude cost discussion here tonight. But I would like us to also turn our minds, because there's a couple of assumptions in this report, just that make sure that councils, before we leave at the end of the day, if in case I forget, I would like to make sure that we are in agreement that the maze gate removal can be left to staff at an operational level. And I think there's some discussion, required around the end of trip facilities, so some of the bike parking that's being contemplated here. And again, speaking to Councillor Appleton's point about the that parking fund, I think that would be a point of discussion for us to look at. Are we looking at some of those some facilities in the village? I guess the question I'm going to ask is, are the suggestions made in the report adequate at this point? And Mr. Rennick, I don't know if there's anything you want to add to the end of endpoint facilities.
Through you, Mayor, we felt that the maze gate removal, given the cost associated with it, fit very well as an operational matter, and that's why it was addressed in the report that essentially, unless otherwise directed, we felt that it could be undertaken operationally. With respect to the end of trip facilities, the short-term actions we also felt could be operationalized, but anything beyond that, as far as providing short-term cargo bike parking areas that have access to electrical power, when you start talking about changing outlets or adding change room facilities, we felt that those were larger conversations that needed to be had in context of the overall facilities plan. So I just wanted to provide that clarity.
No, absolutely. I just want to make sure that we don't forget it before we leave this at the end of the day today. The primary piece, obviously, is the bike lanes and the transportation infrastructure discussion. Councillor Braithwaite, Watson, I'm going to go through one more time very quickly, and if you have lots of questions, maybe I'll ask you to hold some of them, and I think probably all of you have one or two. So go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Actually, 3 of my questions were asked. I think I have 2 points that I would like to touch on, and I believe they'll both be going to Director Payne. My first one is in regard to the issued debt to create the tax-funded active transportation program budget. Is that for us to borrow money that we would then? My question is, is that what we would have to borrow, and how would that affect any other plans that we have in place right now, for example, for a fire building or a safety building or something like that? How would borrowing for active transportation affect that?
Go ahead, Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Your Worship. I forget the exact figure, but the district doesn't have any debt at the moment. Certainly could borrow upwards of $50 million, likely a lot more than that, according to our debt limits. Most of that $50 million would be taken up by the public safety building, Carnarvon Park, and core water infrastructure as proposed in the 2024 financial plan. Overall, I don't believe it would impact our borrowing limits. It would just simply add to our how much we're borrowing, essentially.
Go ahead.
So our debt repayment.
Our debt repayment, yes, and also, Your Worship, it is possible for the district to borrow internally. It's not less expensive because we're earning a rate of return that's similar to our borrowing costs, being above 4%. However, it wouldn't impact our borrowing limitations if we borrowed internally.
Thank you. And then my next question is, one of the options in the report talked about low-hanging fruit, and it put a price tag of about $557,000 on the low-hanging fruit. So do we have any idea of where that money would come from? Is that money that we have already, or would that be a tax increase? And I'm assuming, based on what you said about the $250,000 being about a 0.7, this would be about a 1.7% tax increase if it came from taxes.
Mr. Payne?
Your Worship, if I could request that Deputy Director Rennick describe the low-hanging fruit, and I'd be able to answer the question more fully. Just off the top of my head, I'm forgetting what precisely that refers to.
Go ahead, Mr. Rennick.
Through you, Mayor, the low-hanging fruit projects were 4 projects that were essentially simple designs that could be constructed for a total capital cost of $600,000. And as to whether that could be done out of existing funding would really depend on how many years you want to do it over. I hope that helps jog your memory, Director Payne.
Mr. Payne?
Yes, through Your Worship, that's very helpful. Thank you. The idea being that we do have a $700,000 program organically funded through the Infrastructure Renewal Reserve. Of course, the intention of the Infrastructure Renewal Reserve is for replacing existing infrastructure. However, it doesn't preclude us from using that program for design as we have, because it's relative. It's not black and white. Often, when you're replacing infrastructure, you're enhancing that infrastructure as well. However, if there's a permanent increase to that, you're moving away from gray towards black and white. And as mentioned in the report, it is Council's prerogative to use the Infrastructure Renewal Reserve for any purpose that they wish, because it's not established by bylaw. The staff are just reminding Council for transparency reasons, because clearly just by the name of the reserve, there was an intention there.
Thank you. I'll go just in the order I wrote them down. So I have Watson, Patterson, Appleton, Smart, Green. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just one final question, which gets to the question you've asked us about how quickly we want to do this, and I'm curious about capacity overall. We've been presented with possible 5, 8, and 10-year timeframes. with certainly a suggestion that we need at least one, maybe two staff people. But I'm curious about the overall impact on the municipality, because at the same time we're going to be doing this, we're ramping up our infrastructure spending on an annual basis. You've signaled that you'd like to recommend at least $500,000 per year of pedestrian and sidewalk improvements. And I'm just curious, I'm concerned that we should not overcommit ourselves, because there may be impacts beyond that staff person on the organization that we haven't really fully accounted for. So I am curious about that. For example, if we took on, whether it's 5, 8, or 10 years, in each case, we're going to have to up the amount of tendering we do, the amount of admin support that's required, both inside and outside municipal workers are going to be more fully engaged just because we're doing more work. And I know I appreciate it's not maybe possible for you to talk in depth about that, but could you even just reflect on that from an organizational perspective? If we were taking on, say, $1 million a year of work, given the other things that our Public Works and Engineering Department are committed to, how will that change the nature of what we do in a small municipality?
Mr. Robertson.
Thank you for the question. And through the mayor, speaking first to Public Works, as we mentioned at the last budget meeting, we are doing a comprehensive review of Public Works this year of work that we're required to do, regulatory, also best practices, and then local expectations, and looking at where we are with staffing and what we would require to carry out the programs that hit those different levels. As far as engineering goes, we're still in the process of trying to acquire staff that was approved a couple of years ago in anticipation of increased spending on infrastructure. And I mean, at this point, we've been okay with keeping up with the pace of projects coming in. So if we anticipating we can get our last 2 hires done this year, that should help us on the capacity of other types of projects. And we continue to utilize consultants to a great degree as well to help shoulder some of that burden.
Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Just a brief follow-up. I appreciate that, Mr. Robinson, so thank you. What about our own municipal staff who are kind of on the ground? I think of even people who are going out to set up construction sites or monitor them or reorganize the garbage collection when a project's going on. Like, does this kind of expenditure change that a lot? I mean, I know we're doing that right now for underground infrastructure, but this would add those requirements to surface level infrastructure. So I have no idea really how much staff time is used to do that just with our current workload, but would it double if we take on $1 million worth of cycling infrastructure in a year?
Mr. Robertson, giving you some hard questions tonight.
Yeah. The existing staff that we have, so whether we double the work doesn't necessarily mean we're going to see a double increase, and most of the increase would be undertaken by Public Works. So for instance, traffic control, we don't do that for large projects in-house, and usually the contractor looks after that. So there's a lot of those parts that would be offset. There was an additional resource as part of the early hiring in communications to help with dealing with that side of increased workload. Whether this takes us beyond that capacity, I don't know at this point. It depends really on how the projects are phased, if we're doing more projects in a shorter time or if we're doing them over a longer time period.
Thank you, that's everything.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I guess question for, both of the directors that are here. But as it stands now in our 5-year financial plan, we'd be assuming close to $58 million in debt, really a record for Oak Bay, considering that we have been at very low debt levels for many years, and certainly it's for a number of reasons. Certainly the new emergency services building and attempting and working very hard last council to build up reserves and also to advance projects for already core infrastructure assets, and at the same time, we will be in the very near future, because we've been ramping up those infrastructure projects, we'll be drawing down the reserve funds we have. So, and I don't know if this is for, well, it's probably both for both directors, but based on what is outlined in this consulting report on the cycling assets, how does this fit with what planning we have for the other core asset replacements? Does what is envisioned in this report roll out kind of in alignment with what staff is envisioning for the other infrastructure projects, like the sewer work below the streets and then the street repaving? Because I would think that the timing would have to align, and then we have to have the funding in place at the same time. So that wasn't clear to me in the report, that it aligned well with what we're envisioning for our capital, the already existing capital replacements.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. And for those who haven't read the whole big report, one of the recommendations in here is in terms of the prioritization. There's a prioritization list from the report. There's a short list of the top priority items, but there's there's a request here and a recommendation that we allow the priorities to be adjusted, because of course we are replacing millions of dollars of underground infrastructure every year right now, and not wanting to sort of put things on top of it then dig it all up again. So I think that's the core to the question. Did the timelines of that work on these major corridors align with this kind of 5 or 10 year plan?
Through you, Mayor, thank you. My answer can be a bit shorter now. The intention is not to have the bike lane projects dictate where utility replacements occur. Rather, we would be looking at the bike lane projects, seeing what state the utilities are in, and determining whether it is critical to replace those utilities prior to constructing those projects. The expectation from the community is not you can never dig up a road once you've put bike lanes on it, but we would think that you would want to have at least 15 to 20 years of knowing that you put that infrastructure in place before you have to go and dig it up again. Obviously, to the best of our abilities and ability to forecast. And so essentially that's a long way of saying that the implementation plan, we would first need to look at, okay, how much underground utility work needs to be done first before we implement a particular project, and we could slot them in accordingly. Thank you.
Anything else, Councillor Patterson?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for that information. The other question I have kind of follows on that. The cost of all of these programs is not insignificant, especially to a small community. But I notice in all of the other active transportation plans that I looked at from around the region, they do have performance metrics. So I guess my question is, for the cost that we are anticipating that this will be, the report wasn't clear in what we might anticipate or establish as performance metrics to really evaluate, are we meeting the targets along the progression of this project or proposed projects?
Mr. Rennick?
Through you, Mayor, there are no performance measures indicated in this report. That is correct. It's really a community decision. What kind of performance metrics are you looking at? Do you want raw count of cyclists before and after? Is it interested in school-age children riding on their own, for example, which you can't get with counters? You actually have to go out and manually count it. Is it connectivity to key destinations? The performance measures in building out an active transportation network are not simple and are something that council or the community could direct what direction they would want us to go.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I have Councillor Appleton, then Smart, then Green, and then I'm going to go to the public.
Thank you, Worship. I'll endeavor to be brief, and this is picking up from the question actually that Mr. Rennick just answered, because when considering active transportation in the past, one of the main obstacles has been the planning for underground infrastructure replacement, and it's been a challenge to plan the network in the past based on that. What I see from the Watt report and some of the modifiers that were used spoke to exactly that. Basically, had staff input on the presence of underground infrastructure and the need to replace it. So I appreciate Mr. Rennick's comments on this. I guess a corollary to what's already been asked and answered is, if council were to approve one of the options that designates the build out of the 9 priority cycling routes as laid out in the report on whatever timeline that may be, and that preparation begins and that preparation's in place, would staff be able to, and there was identified that there was an underground infrastructure project that created an obstacle or was considered to be high priority, would staff return to council with temporary installation options that would achieve that goal, would achieve essentially the goals of laid out in the active transportation plan, but allow for some adaptability in that regard while the underground infrastructure was in, because there are separated bike lane infrastructure pieces, for instance, that are relatively easily disassembled. And so if it was the direction of council to take these detailed designs forward for these 9 options, if there was an obstacle for underground infrastructure replacement, would we automatically consider a temporary solution?
Mr. Rennick?
Through you, Mayor. Councillor Appleton originally said council could direct, and then the question changed to would it automatically happen? Council could direct it, yes. Council could direct that on any given project, if we identified that there was a hiccup associated with the utility replacement, we could at that time provide a cost to do some sort of temporary implementation ahead of being able to complete the final installation.
Anything else, Councillor Appleton? Move then to Councillor Smart, then Green, and then we'll go to the public for comment and questions. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Rennick, I just wanted to confirm with the 3 underway cycling projects right now, being the Henderson Road Neighborhood Bikeway, the Haltane Bikeway, and McNeil, are those projects they're not on the map, and so I just wanted to clarify for the public, those are still going ahead, I'm assuming those are still going ahead, and they're going ahead at even a higher priority than the priority cycling facilities on the map in this report. Could you just clarify, please?
Mr. Rennick?
Through you, Mayor, that is correct. Those projects are essentially ahead in line of these other priorities. The McNeil project had been taken out of consideration in 2023 because it was already in progress, and Henderson and Haltane at that time were identified as quick wins. So all 3 of those projects are ahead of these priority projects.
Anything else, Councillor Smart?
Yeah, thank you. Just one additional question through you, Mayor, to Mr. Rennick. So if council today looked at these 9 routes and wanted to potentially add any routes to the plan that were from the previous active transportation plan but are not shown on here, could that be done in a way that we could still go ahead with our budget discussions this week, or would that then delay our ability to budget? And so I guess really my question is, if we want to add routes to the plan, do we do it tonight or can we do it later?
Rennick?
Through you, Mayor, adding additional routes to the plan at this time would be challenging because they do not have cost estimates associated with them.
Mr. Smart?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Rennick, would an appropriate thing to do then be to, in a sense, move ahead with, if we wanted to put it into budgeting tonight, to move ahead with the 9 routes as planned, but then to direct staff to come back at a later date to discuss some of the content in the plan? I'm just trying to think about how to move forward to budget, but still actually have some of those deeper conversations.
You're referring to some of like the Bowker connector and those things that are not currently in the top priorities?
So the two routes that I'm particularly thinking of is I'm concerned about the fact that that Route C, the Fowl Bay Road Plan, doesn't come all the way down to Oak Bay Ave, I'm guessing because of the narrowness of the road. And if we're not going to be able to extend that all the way to Oak Bay Ave, then I'd really like to consider bringing back the Elgin 4.4B route as an alternate safe route so that the South Oak Bay community can make their way to Oak Bay High and to UVic safely. And so that and the waterfront route, I'd really like to have a deeper discussion with council around the table of the tremendous benefit that the waterfront route could bring, not just as a commuting route that people will use more with electric vehicles, but also bringing in a more diverse sector of the community and tourism. I just think it has a lot of potential, and I wouldn't want it to get lost in the long term.
So, Mr. Rennick?
Through you, Mayor, a couple of points. The Elgin route that Councillor Smart referred to is part of the Henderson neighborhood bike route, so that is already being addressed. With respect to whether the Beach Drive scenic route were to be added, essentially a decision that council could make is to say, we are going to authorize this amount of funding over this number of years for active transportation projects based on these cost estimates. If staff were to produce another project with another cost estimate, council would then be in the position of saying, well, which project do we not want to do, or do we want to add additional funding to pay for this additional project? That would be one way that you could make the funding decision tonight and add other projects later, either by substituting one of the 9 projects or by finding additional funds.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rennick. Anything else, Councillor Smart?
Thank you. Through Mayor to Mr. Rennick, just to clarify then, would that happen at a later date because we don't actually have a budget for instance, the Beach Drive route?
Rennick?
Through you, Mayor, yes, that is correct.
I have one brief question.
It's like speaking right before lunch. It's a hard place to be.
I know, so I'll be quick. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Rennick, when you referred to the $500,000 proposed amount for sidewalk repairs, does that include just repairs, or would that also include new sidewalk infrastructure? Thank you.
Mr. Rennick?
Through you, Mayor, the intention was that was primarily repairs. And I believe Mr. Robertson would like to elaborate on my response.
We'll allow that. Mr. Robertson?
Yes, depending on what we learn in the condition assessment report, which is in getting towards its final stages now, that would be the first place that we would allocate is when where we have any significant concerns that are raised by the consultant. And as we've put this into ongoing funding or proposing that to council tomorrow, it could move into then where there needs to be infill. But that's why we want to bring both reports together, is to see what's listed as being critical from a safety standpoint, and then moving into the what's nice to add to fill in the network as necessary.
I really appreciate that. Thanks, Mr. Robertson. That's it for me.
Thank you very much. Again, if people aren't able to access the Zoom application but wish to speak to us if you're online, I would suggest you, okay, I've got one hand raised already, so that's good. Something's working. But we will take people in the room here and we'll go back and forth with people that are online. You can see there's a large crowd, so we just ask that people try and keep your comments at 2 or 3 minutes, and we'll try and get through everybody before too long. So same process as we had for the other portion for members of the public. State your name, just your municipality of residence. You don't have to give address, and we'll just welcome you to the meeting. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ron.
Oh, you need to put on the microphone first. There we go. Perfect.
My name is Ron Hebert. I'm a homeowner and a resident directly on North Henderson and Oak Bay for the last 14 years. I'm also a 4-season cycle commuter for about 40 years, including starting out fighting pickup trucks in Edmonton in the 1980s. And I'd just like to say I'm opposed to the restrictive design features for restrictive cycling lanes, particularly on Henderson, but I'm sure others in this room will speak to the other areas. E-bikes pass me uphill. I haven't switched to an e-bike yet. I frequently pass other bikes at speeds of up to 35 kilometers an hour on the flats or downhill, which is a speed that some cyclists aren't comfortable with. And I'm very concerned that some of the design elements in these proposals will restrict my ability to pass other people. I've had runners step out in front of me off of the sidewalk to go around pedestrians without checking to see if there's a cyclist coming. I pass buses regularly on my bike and then pull over in front of them. I'm concerned that some of the design changes here will mean a bus now is stuck behind me as I occupy the cycling lane until there's an opportunity to move over into restricted lane. My first experience in Oak Bay 14 years ago on move-in day was, a city council bylaw enforcement person informing me I had to get a permit for a moving van. The house that I bought has a low-hanging oak tree, so a moving van cannot move onto my driveway. I'm concerned that any restriction of the streetscape will mean every time somebody moves in or out of the neighborhood, I'm not even sure how that will be accomplished if it's a full-sized moving van. It's already difficult enough for me to back off of my property into the street at certain times of the day. If you add another meter or two of swing distance to get a vehicle out there, I think that's going to create even more opportunities for conflict with other traffic as a result of this type of plan. And that would be even worse if I drove an F-350 or a Hummer EV or a large vehicle, which I don't. My wife and I like to have parties. Generally speaking, we do so in the evening when the lane is not in effect. The nearest parking to us with a completely restricted lane would be half a block away. I'm sure the residents on Fred Norris will not appreciate 20 vehicles of my intimate friends parking there in the evening. Mentioned earlier in some of the questions of councillors, there's snow removal issues, sweeper costs, courier delivery vans, lawn companies that service things and all that I think this will create unanticipated problems for. And I'm also an assistant clinical professor of family medicine at both UVic and UBC. The statistics show that injuries occur mostly at intersection and zones of conflict, usually where there's left or right turns. From what I've seen in this report, a lot of the design changes will spend a lot of money for like the middle of roads going in a straight line, which is not where injuries occur. And I'm just concerned it's spending a lot of money to not improve anything. So the metrics mentioned were pre and post implementation, kind of cycle usage rates, but I'd be curious to know if the cost spent on this actually lowers injury rates. And I'm not convinced that many parts of these, proposed things will do that. So I'd be concerned about that. So I guess my final opposition is, as a taxpayer in Oak Bay, it's an expense that I don't think is good value for money, in my opinion, especially the more expensive options, concrete barriers and things like that. So I'm sure there would be other priorities, and I don't like the unquantified ongoing costs that were alluded to in terms of having to buy new street sweepers and things like that. So in closing, if council has already decided that some version of this is going to be implemented, at least implement the changes as the City of Victoria did. They made it clear that the use of AAA lanes for cyclists was optional. I undoubtedly will use the lanes if I'm forced to, but when it's required for my own safety, I'm going to feel free to move out into traffic and occupy a full lane when I feel that's the best thing. It's my belief I'd be doing so more than ever before if some of the changes in the report are implemented. And I think we have painted bike lanes, at least on Henderson, from 7 to 7. They work just fine as far as I'm concerned. So I'm not feeling like this type of purchase would be a valuable one in my opinion. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ebert. Nice. So thank you. I'm actually just going to ask that we don't applaud or boo, for that matter. We just want everybody's opinion to be welcomed here. I think it's really important that everybody feel. It's actually quite intimidating to come up and speak. So it's good if we just kind of give everybody an equal chance.
Well,
I'm actually going to take Mr. Ebert's comment though, and just because I think it raises a point that we all avoided the conversation about design because we weren't getting to that level tonight. And I might just turn this to Mr. Rennick on this one. I perhaps just some clarification of there's concerns being raised on the specifics of some of these designs, and I think those are things that we actually have to take fairly seriously in terms of what the final design looks like. Is it achieving the ultimate goals? Where does that, where in this process, if we're sort of moving things forward, or is that opportunity for discussion with the community about what kind of bike lanes we're going to be looking at to tie this together? And will that be a fulsome? I know we gave direction that the default priority would be AAA, but are there situations where we might come back and look at that in a more detailed, nuanced way? Mr. Rennick?
Thank you, Mayor. The resolution that was passed by this council in 2023 was that network planning include AAA as a default. However, it was not that it has to be AAA or you can't build it. And so there would be opportunities for council or for members of the public to weigh in on individual designs as they are brought forward. I would also point out that the province of BC a couple of years ago undertook significant investment to create what is called the BC Active Transportation Design Guidelines. This was involving many transportation engineers to come up with specific standards for addressing things like treatments at intersections, treatments around driveways, etc. And so I would just reiterate that the consultants that Oak Bay uses when designing bike lanes are taking as many of these considerations in as possible. And there are always compromises, there are always trade-offs in design, and those are brought up and discussed through the community consultation and through council, who is the ultimate decision maker.
It's helpful just to understand a process attached here that if this moves forward, it does not attach a specific design. We haven't talked about that tonight. I think it's an important discussion. I'm not going to prevent people from talking about it. I think these are important points to raise, but they're not the primary part of our conversation tonight, is the specifics of the final design. Welcome.
Guess my name. My name is Jane Van Horn. I've been a resident in Oak Bay since 1992 in North Oak Bay. I'm here to remind Council that the Active Transportation Strategy dated 2011 is a reflection of community support. It's a result of transportation meetings organized by then Mayor Niels Jensen, and there were extensive consultations that occurred in the Windsor Plaza, not only with cyclists, but also with pedestrians. Out of that was about 3 years before 2011, and after that activity, it was put into report and polished by a professional planner. It was adopted by council, and it has sat all those years. 24 years I've been speaking in front of this council. Zero. We still have zero. Absolutely not one contiguous bike lane. That's a blight on our dear community, a dreadful blight. You just take a look at any other municipality. They are upgrading their facilities. We have not even started. As a taxpayer, as a driver, I'm willing to pay an extra tax if it means an increase in a healthy, sustainable infrastructure that is climate and friendly, etc. I'll pay more tax for that. My taxes go up anyway. And whether I'm driving or whether I'm cycling, I like a bike lane, and I don't mind sharing. So my question to council is, when will you share the road? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Horn. Please come forward.
Okay. My name is Leslie Ewing, and I also live in North Oak Bay. First of all, I want to thank Oak Bay staff for bringing this analysis and recommendations forward. I am writing in support of a faster implementation timeframe of measures to improve active transportation in Oak Bay. The timeline of 10 years for AA network is unacceptable. We are not starting from zero here. Residents have been calling for these improvements since the turn of the century. And the thought of another 10 years, bringing the total to over 30 years, well, it makes my eyes water, quite frankly. Council is urged to adopt a faster timeline of 5 years or less. And I'm not going to comment on specifics in the plan because I don't think that's the purpose of this meeting tonight. But at the head of every meeting notice for meetings in Oak Bay Council, there are stated priorities, two of which are active transportation and climate change in the environment. These are the theoretical stated priorities of this council. All of you around the table since 2022. But there has been little action, and some members have even consistently opposed measures to achieve those priorities. Council adopted, as Jane mentioned, an Act of Transportation in 2011 and a complete streets policy. Do you remember that? In 2015. And yet here we are, 13 plus years later, still hemming and hawing and looking to potentially kick the can down the road another 10 years, when costs will surely escalate and the climate situation worsens. And we have seen how short-term political thinking in the past with the delayed and deferred sewage project in Oak Bay has resulted in a larger and longer tax burden for the residents of this community. Finally, I wanted to comment on Councillor Smart's notice of a motion, which she tabled for this meeting, and I'm sure you'll get to it later. She wrote, Council has a priority to provide low-carbon transportation options. We are in a climate emergency and we need to support our local residents in choosing low-carbon transportation alternatives. This motion, her motion of notice, supports a vision for a bright future for Oak Bay where we create climate-friendly and equitable transportation options. I heartily agree. And so do the people that rode here tonight in the pouring rain. We had over 50 residents in Oak Bay who came out to the critical mass ride, which was quite an achievement for a damp, rainy, cold night. So thank you again for the opportunity to comment, and thank you again to staff for their work on this important project. Thank you.
I'm going to go online here. Somebody else can come forward if you wish in the meantime. But we have, I see Mr. Wall, I think, online. If you wish to, you can unmute yourself, and same process as the others. Name, municipality of residence, and if you can keep your comments to under 3 minutes, it's appreciated.
Perfect. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. So my name is Brian Wall. I live in North Oak Bay with my family, 2 young boys under 5 years old. I'm also an emergency physician here in Victoria, and I was working over the weekend. We had over the weekend one of the worst bicycle trauma weekends we've ever seen. We saw 8 bicyclists require ICU care from trauma. All of them had life-threatening injuries, including severe brain damage, collapsed lungs, and many broken bones. Not all, but most could have been prevented by proper biking infrastructure, namely physically separated bike lanes, not painted lanes. These catastrophic injuries, if not resulting in death, will affect the patients and their families for the rest of their lives. If that's not enough, the financial costs associated, such as ICU care, lifelong rehab, and the loss of income in these mainly young individuals, far outweighs any infrastructure cost that could have prevented the injuries in the first place. And this was just one weekend. It's just crazy. A large 2019 study over 13 years in 12 cities in the States showed that 44% less deaths with institution of separated bike lanes occurred. So 44% less with separated bike lanes. It noted that painted bike lanes did nothing. While painted bike lanes may seem attractive for their low costs, you get what you pay for. We needed this infrastructure 3 years ago, not 5 years from now. I'm pleading for you to scrap plans for any painted lines and move forward with a plan with the most protected bike lanes possible and to expedite it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. Going back to the person, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jessica Brahmi. I live in the Jubilee area. My parents live in South Oak Bay. I have a 6-year-old daughter. We do not own a car. We only bike as our way of getting around. My daughter had last week camp at Wilson Pavilion, or Windsor Pavilion, yep. And to get there, she bikes on her own. She had to bike on the sidewalk while I biked on the street because it was so dangerous biking on the street, I felt, for her, because there's no bike lane. She can bike downtown, she can bike into Esquimalt and up into Saanich on her own, but going into Oak Bay, going to visit her grandparents is so dangerous because there are no bike lanes. So I urge you to get the bike lanes on the streets as fast as you can. And her middle school, that's her catchment area school, is going to be Monterey Middle School, and I want her to be able to bike there safely on her own. Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight. Anybody else wish to come forward and speak? Please come forward.
Hello, hello, hello. My very first council meeting ever. Thank you so much for all you're doing. There's so much due diligence, and I'm amazed because if you do this for every single infrastructure issue, wow, I'm very impressed. It's nice to know where tax dollars are going, but especially where your energy is going.
Can I ask you just to state your name and municipality?
Sorry,
It's
my
okay.
name is
People always forget.
my name is Kathy Raplinsky, and I live by the Oak Bay Marina. I moved here 15 years ago from Hamburg, Germany, and lived there for 14 years and really embraced the cycling and car culture there, which are both very strong. Moving to Oak Bay was delightful, but I really missed the cycling infrastructure. I worked at UVic until last year, and it's a challenge. It's a real challenge for young people or for new students to find a safe way to the university. It is a real challenge to come and visit Oak Bay on your bike. Since the huge changes in downtown Victoria, with the bike lanes leading up to the borders of Oak Bay, it feels weird. Whenever I go to cycle downtown, it gets easier after I leave Oak Bay. Whenever I come back to Oak Bay, I have to try and figure out which way I'm going. There's no smooth transition. I know it's not normal yet, but it will be normal. And we shouldn't wait 10 years. We shouldn't wait 15 years. Bikes are normal. Electric bikes are normal. Scooters are normal. Walkers are normal. Horses are no longer normal. But we've done those transitions, and I think we can do it again. I'm amazed at what the work you're doing. Just do it. The other thing I want to say is I've been so impressed by Hillside Mall and downtown Victoria with their bicycle valet service. It's not really reasonable to put more bicycle locking areas in front of Fairway Grocery Store. I'm always looking for a safe spot for my expensive bike. Why don't we try a bike valet for a summer? I mean, if people know where they can put their bikes and not have to think about it, it's delightful. So I would suggest that to be looked into. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to come forward and speak? Oh. You've probably heard the process, name and municipality.
Yeah, my name is, I've been in the other room. My name is Phil Abrami, and I'm a resident of South Oak Bay. And I bike almost every day when weather is permitting. When I read the report, I have to say I was really surprised that the entirety of Beach Drive was excluded from consideration. And it made me realize that there is a one-size-fits-all approach to bike lanes, which are essential, but that isn't the way we should go here. I think there should be segregated bike lanes where they can exist, but not to have bike lanes on Beach Drive is irresponsible. There are hundreds and hundreds of people who use Beach Drive for biking on a regular basis. And when you look more deeply into the report, there aren't bike lanes everywhere that people bike because of the nature of the bike lanes that you want to construct. I also think you're struggling with cost issues because of the expense of these very elaborate and costly lanes. So I would think that you'd want to return this report to the consultants and have them do something which is a little more cost-effective, a little more flexible. I think, Mr. Mayor, you asked before what would happen if you had only painted lanes, which I'm not advocating, but some can be only painted lanes. And I think the response was that would reduce costs by on the order of 90%. And I would think we need a more flexible and less costly plan moving forward, but we need to act. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Please come forward.
Tim Taddy, Oak Bay. I won't speak long. Many people have spoken better than me. Protected bicycle lanes do work. We just need to look at Victoria and Saanich. I've been a cyclist for 45 years, recreation, and since retirement in particular, for all of my transportation in town, or virtually all of my transportation in town. The usage of all ages and abilities within those protected lanes has grown enormously, and other speakers have spoken better than me. It's dangerous in Oak Bay. It is shameful that our kids and our grandkids can't cycle between Monterey and Central safely. And Willows safely. They try, they're weaving in and out of traffic. Families can't be safe in Oak Bay. And in terms of cost, this is for the greater good. I really appreciate council reaffirming their commitment to designing AAA cycling infrastructure, protected infrastructure. And I appreciate the detail that you're putting into this report. But it's been delayed 10 years. The reason, 13 years, and other people have spoken, the reason why it's costing more right now is because you haven't paid for it incrementally along the way. I think of the Uplands project. Here we are. Virtually all our grant money is going to the Upland Sewer Project, which is for the greater good of the municipality and the environment. But we're all taxpayers are paying for that. We're all paying a subsidy for Uplands homeowners to attach themselves to that service. So what's the complaint? What is the complaint about a little bit of money compared to that for some safe cycling so our kids can get to school? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taddy. Welcome.
The previous gentleman is a hard act to follow. My name's Ann Hansen. I live in Victoria half-time, and I spend the other half of my life in Oak Bay, where my partner lives. A good portion of my shopping money goes to Oak Bay supermarkets, bakeries, the garden store, and the bookshop. Virtually all of my urban transportation is by bike. In the middle of a climate crisis, a wildfire catastrophe, an obesity epidemic, affordability crisis, and traffic gridlock, it borders on Monty Python-esque to be appealing to Oak Bay to enact its active transportation strategy of 13 years ago. To quote Dr. Brian Wall, who we heard from earlier, in his August 22nd, 2023 opinion piece in the Globe and Mail, here he is talking about cycling in Victoria. Contrast this with Oak Bay, one of Canada's richest communities. Other than a few painted lanes for 600 meters on one of their busiest car routes, the local council has done virtually nothing. The title of Dr. Wall's article is "Governments Must Invest in Bike Infrastructure to Prevent Cyclist Injuries and Deaths." And you heard him tonight. Dr. Wall is an emergency physician with a front row seat to the lives ruined by cars having complete domination of the streets and impunity for their violence. The current review of active transportation strategy is telling in its 65-page length alone. Basically, it's a War and Peace-sized document of what Oak Bay has not done to protect the safety of cyclists. See the thickness of this? Table 2 on page 23, entitled Cycling Facility Inventory, lists some 18 projects. Only one of these is listed as complete, and it's merely the walkway from Oak Bay High School to Cadborough Bay Road. How pathetic is that? In the absence of barely having spent 1 historical cent on car-free bicycling amenities, Oak Bay must get into gear, immediately if not sooner, and in alignment with the vast bike lane networks of Victoria, Salish, and Vancouver.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening to the public. My name is Yvonne Mendel, and it's very difficult to get up in this environment to address you tonight. My heart is in my throat. I'm a City of Victoria resident. I'm a bit of a bicycling advocate. I've spoken to council many times. I was here about a year ago to encourage council to vote for AAA bike lanes. I am in the trenches every day with my kids. I own 3 vehicles. I own a Dodge Ram 350 and a small tracker and a minivan, and my family chooses to bike as much as possible. I'm really excited about the vote tonight, and I encourage you to vote for AAA bike lanes sooner rather than later. I'm really excited about the Henderson portion of protected lanes and Cadboro Bay because I would like my kids to be able to bike to summer camps. I've also run a free kids biking program for about 3 years. I've helped hundreds of kids ride their bikes. I specialize in helping young children especially ride bikes and develop biking literacy. I think that protected lanes save lives, and I think that that's really what this vote should be about, is saving lives earlier. And when we're talking about the lives of our children and grandchildren, I think that we should really make them a priority. So thank you. Please vote yes for AAA.
Thank you for your comments.
Mayor, Council, my name is Eric Zalka, Oak Bay. Always hard acts to follow. When anyone who can do a Google search, the last injury reported 6 hours ago, cyclist injured in Langford, crash with off-duty cop in unmarked police car. There is no record of any other crash with a bicyclist except back in December in Victoria, back in May in Victoria, and back in October 1st in the City of Victoria. Oh, excuse me, in February in Royal Roads. There's no crashes anywhere in Oak Bay. With our apparently decrepit infrastructure here, with our hundreds of bicyclists who are using Beach Drive, without bike lanes, and somehow they're surviving. If there is a problem, like a serious safety issue, you have the power tonight to reduce the speed of traffic. Today, you can take it down to 30 kilometers an hour, which some are advocating for, or make it 40 throughout Oak Bay, which all of our reports that from the traffic experts that I recall from a few years ago were recommending we do. That would be much cheaper than implementing this brand new service that is not core to what a city normally does. Unless you want to talk about maybe new cities or maybe a new service or something like that, this is not core to what Oak Bay certainly has done in the past. And as indicated in the report, this is new infrastructure. This is something that we don't have a service levels for. We don't have any way of maintaining. There's no real plan in here in terms of how to take care of this sort of infrastructure going forward. I do note in the report, it talks about option 1 being, I think it was referred to as best effort, if I remember correctly. I'll just pull out my notes here.
In the report, the staff report, the option 1 is the 10-year time frame, option 2 is a 5-year time frame, and option 3 is essentially some smaller projects. Just that helps.
And that's actually not what I meant, because unfortunately the report uses option 1 twice. In the middle of the report, it talks about option 1 being the best low-hanging fruit. That's the one that I believe you should go for, which basically has no new staff. It's a best effort approach. It's using existing reserve funds, no tax increase. If you don't go with anything other than option 1, which unfortunately is part of option 3 on the things you'll be voting for later on, the report's a bit complicated and hard to follow. I'm very, very impressed with the Watt report. Very, very well written. I'm so pleased to see that the consultant had difficulty understanding what was being asked of them because active transportation means pedestrians and lots of other things, and yet what was being asked for was really just bike lane stuff. So it was so pleasing to hear staff refer to this as the bike lane report. Thank God. The clarity finally came through. I would highly recommend you go with whichever thing you vote for to get option 1, low-hanging fruit, put in place. If there is a desire to expedite this process, by all means do what you did with McNeil and with some of the other projects in the uplands. Get grants from federal and provincial government. The grants, this is what Oak Bay has done since day one. We have no business tax base at all. Only the people sitting behind me pay the bills. Those, of course, who live in Oak Bay, which I hope are the ones you're listening to.
Mr. Zelka, we're at 4 minutes and counting right now. So
Thank you very much. And I'm not sure the procedure bylaws talks about a limit here.
There is no limit, just out of respect for everybody. I want to give them a time to
I very much appreciate that. I have so much to say. I may come back for a second time. Thank you very much. I'll defer to the next principal on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody else? Please come forward. I just really want to express my appreciation. Everybody's being very respectful of all the opinions being shared here, so I really want to thank everybody for that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit of my comfort zone, so I'm sorry. My name is Olga Pisarik. I'm a resident in North Oak Bay. And I I just heard, I didn't want it to talk when I came here, but when I heard all these emotional responses from the bike people, I had to come and say, I honestly, as a resident of Oak Bay, as a taxpayer, I feel a lot of bullied because and also, mention of the community and community-based decisions made me wonder what is this community, because I do not feel included in the community. My neighbors do not feel included. I don't know where. And also, so I want to point some things. We were mentioning underground restoration, right? Do you remember that every house in Oak Bay is connected to this lane in the middle? And if these houses are everyone is paying, we have to pay for the connector. And also, it's not, even if you change the middle, right? We will be every time the infrastructure from the house to the middle line is failing, we would need to to work on to destroy the concrete, right? And for the AAAs and to redo things. Also, some was mentioned about the safety. I also wonder how many bike accidents were reported in Oak Bay. Also, someone was mentioning Europe. I never, I've been a lot in Europe. I never recall any concrete infrastructure for the bike lanes. It's usually shared, or there is traffic calming, bumpers, or to help with the speed, with the car speed, and increase in taxes when our infrastructure is failing, when when residents have to pay for the infrastructure from the house to the main lines, and we're kind of indulging. I feel I'm okay with increasing taxes, but I'd like them to go into things which we really need as residents. And my last, I wonder how this project will benefit residents of Oak Bay. Not just an exclusive, relatively small 50 people, 100 people living in Oak Bay. So how this will benefit residents of Oak Bay with increased taxes, with so many disruptions in already like in the infrastructure, which we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for speaking. Next speaker, please. That's a very Canadian fight there. No, after you, please.
Thanks, everybody. My name's Kelly, and I'm a resident of South Oak Bay. And I think there's been a lot of good comments and a lot of good research and information available for most of us here to kind of speak about how we're feeling. And a lot of this is feeling and opinions. But a couple of things that I do want to mention is that between my partner and I, we have 4 kids. Our 4 kids are now graduated from Oak Bay High School. They bike to Willows, they bike to Lansdowne, bike to Oak Bay High. And I never really had concerns about them biking. And I can appreciate parents that have young kids that want their kids to bike are concerned and would advocate for the bike lanes. A couple of areas that cause concern are the fact that we really don't have any way of making sure our kids, not speaking to everybody, but kids know how to really bike and observe the rules of the road. I work downtown, I commute, and the amount of times I've had cyclists come in front of me, hit my door, be obscene towards me for different reasons, I think causes me to think that we need to do more to make sure that if we want to have a community that is good and actively biking, they need to follow the rules of the road. We need to, this is out of your jurisdiction, but we need to think about insurance and ID, some kind of identifier. We heard about accidents and whatnot. As a road driver, car driver, we're the ones that are paying for premium insurance increases because of accidents and issues that are happening to our vehicles, not a cyclist. We talked about cost. Oak Bay is already a very unaffordable place to live for a young family. And so if we're thinking about increasing property taxes and adding more to the average cost of living in Oak Bay because of bike lanes, let's really think about what it is that we want to achieve here. We want to build a community, but we also want to bring young families into this community. And if we're making it unaffordable by things like increasing property taxes, let's think about the options of protected bike lanes or different types of bike lanes here. And maybe not using an artery that we already see lots of cars on, maybe using an artery where there's not a lot of vehicles already using that roadway. There's a lot of other things, but I'm going to leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you very much for coming out tonight. Welcome.
Thank you. Colin Granger. I've lived in Oak Bay for 10 years. I want to thank the council for their amazingly diligent questions on the finances of this project. I really am blown away. I do want to say I am a taxpayer. The trouble is, my taxes only pay for a mode of transportation I never get to use. I don't own a car. So when you're being diligent about spending, I just want you to think about 70 odd years of putting all of our taxes that we all pay into only one mode of transportation. There's a huge inequality going on. Excuse me, very nervous speaker. So I just want to talk about that. When it comes to the finances, I think it was about 8 million over 5 or 10 years. It's not very much compared to the hundreds of millions we dedicate to the automobile over 70 years, right? So yeah, I guess that's all. Also, you know, we aren't talking about active transportation. We're talking about transportation. These bike lanes, safety, it's not for people that look like me or you, Mayor. It's for the people that don't cycle, who don't look like you and me. It's for the children, it's for elderly. It would give our children a level of independence back. The soccer mom who carts their kids around in a minivan wouldn't have to do that as much. You know, this isn't active. This isn't a bunch of hobbyists or middle-aged men in Lycra. This isn't an exercise track. This is a transportation system. And if you believe that transportation is the foundation of a good economy, I also want you to ask yourselves the question, what do we stand to gain economically from opening up a new transportation system into Oak Bay. A more vibrant economy, more access to more demographics, more socioeconomic statuses, quieter streets, healthier population, more active population. Sounds good for the economy, so please start asking what we're going to gain in this investment, not expense. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Granger. I don't know why it's so intimidating sitting there, but it is for some reason. I remember the first time I ever came to a council meeting to spoke, and I was way more nervous than I am sitting here, for sure. Please go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Denis Perry. I live in North Oak Bay. I've been in Oak Bay for over 28 years. The first point I'd like to state is that my area that's affected tonight had a lack of advance notice and consultation on these changes. I only found out late last night. I was very disappointed in how it was delivered. That's the very first thing. I would have liked to be consulted. My area is designated in this report. I did not have time to read the entire report, but it's designated to have removal of park lanes and put the secured or protected bike area. And I really think that the impact on the houses has not been reflected in this report. We don't have a driveway. The cost of doing a driveway, is that something that the municipality would be doing? And even if we do that, then the cost of, and also the impact on adjacent street when we have people come over to, say, if we have a party or anything, or just a gathering, that would be something that also you should really consult with all the adjacent street about parking issues. The majority of the time, the cars are on the street parked. I really think my area on St. Anne Street, I believe, if I'm not entirely correct on that, but I believe in 2008, council addressed removing the parking and putting the bike lanes. And we, at the end, resulted in having a ride and bike and car shared lane, which since that time has been working very well. And I don't live far from Oak Bay High School, and I don't live far from Willow School, and there's a lot of kids, and I don't see any problem. Reducing the speed to 30 kilometers an hour would be something I think very good. Already, I believe most of Oak Bay has already reduced the speed down to 40 kilometers an hour for most of Oak Bay. But I think that the other thing also is that the municipality has not maintained the painted signage on our street for, I'm just going off the top of my head, but I think it's at least 10 years. I cycle, I'm a cyclist. I feel comfortable cycling in North Oak Bay. I cycle quite often there, and I really like it, and I like the way that cars will respect you as well. I've always felt safe. I don't feel safe going downtown in the protected bike lanes. I find them very dangerous. I've seen already 2 cyclists actually having an accident because of the protection of those posts. When they go and overtake another cyclist, it's very dangerous. I've had one that actually ended up falling right before my car as I was driving. And if I would not have paid attention, I could have driven over that person. That would have been very dangerous. I do have a lot of other comments, but right now, if I may, I'm just going to pause here and leave the floor to other people so that they can make their comments and maybe come back later. Thank you.
No, thank you. We've had quite a bit of correspondence from St. Anne residents, so it's good to have some voice here at the table as well. So, please, anybody else wish to come forward?
My name is Marcelo Laca. I live in North Oak Bay. I just have 2 things very quick. One is very difficult. One is very easy. When you plan bike lanes, you probably would want to consider in the larger context of densification, because there's going to be a massive change coming up, and any idea that you may have about parking will be changing very fast, particularly on the Henderson corridor that I understand is scheduled or planned for a bike lane. I use that every day, twice a day. I feel safe. I've only been run over once by a car. And it was not because of the bike lane or the absence of a bike lane. It was a true accident. So the request is to please consider in the larger context of what's happening with Oak Bay, not just as a bike lane issue. The second request is very easy. We've heard about low-hanging fruit. There's fruit on the ground. We might as well want to pick it up. I'm asking you to sacrifice 1 or 2 car parking spaces out here in the back and put bike racks, because it is really easy and it will show some goodwill from the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please come forward.
Hi, my name's Paul Rasmussen, and I live in Oak Bay near Willow School. And I don't have any super organized comments, but just a few things that people have said here. First of all, like we heard people sort of give out anecdotes about the safety of bike lanes, but we actually heard from a physician and who has looked at studies about this, and I think it's actually pretty clear that protected bike lanes are much safer for cyclists. And I'm a cyclist myself. I cycle. I almost do everything by cycling. And another thing is that this idea that it's only for a few people, I think that's really unfair. You know, I pay taxes too. I almost never drive a car, and I think, you know, I don't have any kids in school, so should I say I shouldn't pay taxes for schools in Oak Bay? I think that's really unfair. And finally, like the idea that cities don't build bike infrastructure is, to me, just absolutely absurd. I mean, Victoria is building bike infrastructure. Salish is building bike infrastructure. The Esquimalt is building bike infrastructure, and I think it's only fair to cyclists and to doing something for climate change and the environment that we build safe cycling structure in Oak Bay. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out tonight. Anybody else wish to address council here?
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Anton Psark. I live in North Oak Bay. I just want to say I biked to work today in Victoria. And from what I hear, apparently I live in a very dangerous place. And I should, but in the whole time I've lived here, I've never felt in danger biking. Be it, you know, so I have no idea there. But the other thing I wanted to say was, what about, there's been no talk about the fire truck or bus routes that are in some of these locations, and how would that, you know, if you're putting in bike lanes and you got a fire truck on its way and a bus coming in, where are they going to pass each other and what's going to go there? And just the only other thing is the place I live at has no, there's only street parking there. And so I was just wondering where I would have to park my truck if there's a bike lane there. So, thank you.
Thank you. I want to give some assurance that part of the reason that we do detailed design is that we have to make sure that the fire trucks and the buses and so forth, that actually does impact the ability to design those things. One of the reasons it sometimes takes more complicated than it should. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. And
fellow residents. My name is Dan Mooney. I live in Oak Bay. I'm not sure if it's North Oak Bay or South Oak Bay.
Just Oak Bay's fine, not that big.
Personally, I don't think we need to. We probably don't need as many municipalities as we have here. We're relatively new residents to Oak Bay. And just by a bit of a background, I'm not a surgeon, I'm not a doctor, but I am a traffic transportation technologist with about 40 years of experience, 35 at the municipal level, recently retiring, excuse me, from the city of Coquitlam. I want to take the easy one first and talk about maze gates. Coquitlam is in the process of removing theirs. I'd highly recommend it. Leave it to staff. It's an operational issue and it will make a difference. The next, I'll tackle the end of trip facilities, which I think, as somebody else on council mentioned, is a good start. But I think it needs to be expanded. They really, the staff report focused on the municipal facilities, the three. But I think if you read the consultant's report and if you look at best practices, we really need to integrate this into our zoning bylaw and the parking regulations, end of trip facilities. I think tremendous benefits can be made on the private sector side, including along their frontage. So end of trip facilities should be expanded to include private development, bike parking in the zoning bylaw. The difficult one, the actual funding in the plan. I've had a lot of experience working for Watt, working with Watt, not in their Victoria offices, but in the Vancouver and Calgary offices, and they are an excellent consulting group, and I think you've got very good advice from them on this project. I would encourage you to pursue the faster delivery model, even given the capital initial challenges. I think the funding, I agree with the finance people, it's inappropriate to use the IRR, that's a maintenance objective, and I think really life cycle costs and all kinds of other asset management principles would direct you not to pursue funding this type of new activity from the IRR. It's a bit of a shell game, and I think in the end, it's going to cost us, the taxpayers, more in the long run. And that includes also the other fund, which I called the deterioratized maintenance, the ones where, again, asset management would drive you to pursue that. I think this is new, as somebody else in the previous speaker talked about. It's a new program, it's a new funding. I believe it's transportation, and I believe that's a core asset, a core responsibility of local government. So I would take exception to saying that it's outside of our core deliveries. Staffing, I don't have any doubt. Get 2 staff members, hire them, bring them on. They'll be able to help with this program. They'll be able to help with the sidewalk program. They'll defer consultants' costs, and again, use consultants. I've worked in a very small municipality, Langley City, similar size to Oak Bay, 25,000 people. We used a lot of consultants, but where it's ever possible, get those staff on board and bring them on to help you. They'll be great assets. Funding grants and ACCs. So the community, the new Bill 46 that the province brought in has a huge opportunity to tag development costs to developments. And with the changes in the densities that are planned, I think there'd be a missed opportunity if you weren't pursuing ACCs for active transportation. And also looking at their development frontage. I'd encourage you to get the plans done early so they're shovel ready for grant applications and other opportunities. And I want to touch a little bit on operating costs because it's been talked about here in terms of, am I a car driver, am I a bike driver, I'm both. And I got a 1-ton diesel, and I drove a fire truck for 10 years. I was a volunteer firefighter in Langley Township, so I've encountered traffic calming and cycling facilities as a fire truck driver as well. But operational costs should really be expressed in terms of mode shift and mode trip share. If we have an increased density, we have more people, we have more travel, we have more what we call vehicle kilometers. Now, if we can choose to transfer those vehicle kilometers to cycling kilometers, or better yet, walking kilometers, the actual operating cost for those modes is much, much less. The deputy director talked about life cycle of 25 years for a road. 50 years for our pavement. The 25 years for road actually came from PSAB 3150 years ago. Really focuses on pavement degradation through vehicle loading, and mainly trucks and buses, not cars.
Mr. Mooney, I'm just going to ask if you could wrap it up. We've got
Sure.
almost 5 minutes. And
Yep,
I
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor. So the operating budget impact really is much less. And the more we can shift those increased residents to cycling, actually the lower our operating costs will be. There will be capital costs initially, but it's a great investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. Please come forward. I'm going to ask everybody to keep their comments a little bit shorter. We have, our meeting is destined to end at 10, although we can extend it, but we still have work to do, so, and a number of other items and people waiting for those, so please, welcome.
Hello, my name is Robert Craig, and I live on St. Anne Street. I've lived there for almost 40 years. I've never seen one bicycle accident in the time that I've lived there. Excuse me. What I do notice about it is that the traffic at certain times of the day is heavy because of school drop-offs. It becomes a racetrack at some times. I think that if there was some accountability on the behalf of cyclists, I'm not against bike lanes, I think they serve a purpose, but in that particular area, I don't see them serving any purpose whatsoever. I think that if there was a higher monitoring by law enforcement to lower the speed limit, when they put the stop sign in at Luley, it changed the dynamic of that situation completely. Became a much safer place. There was accountability to drivers going through there. If they did that on St. Anne Street, it's a very short area. No, it wouldn't bother the buses, the fire trucks. And having worked throughout the municipality in my job, I see many, many streets in South Oak Bay, North Oak Bay that could use bike lanes much greater than in that particular spot. It would serve a better purpose, very narrow streets, tremendous amount of traffic. Shocked by the amount of traffic that I saw working on Lower Hampshire, McNeil, in that area. I was astounded. So if you were spending the money on bike lanes to protect the children going to and from school or going anywhere, there's many places in the municipality that the money could be better spent than on an area that has had no history, to the best of my knowledge, in 40 years of any incidences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Maggie Knight, Oak Bay. I grew up here, and when we talk about affordability, I grew up in what was an anomaly at the time, which was a household without a car. My single mom did not drive. We would not still live in Oak Bay if she hadn't saved the money on not having a vehicle. So I waited a lot at bus stops. I will note that transit has only gotten less frequent and less reliable to my corner of South Oak Bay. And so my family chooses to bike. If we're talking about affordability, a bike is a pretty darn affordable way of getting around, assuming that you can get places safely. So let's think about that broader context. I do think there can be a baked-in assumption that everyone in Oak Bay is wealthy, and everyone in Oak Bay, there's a pay-to-play assumption that you own a vehicle. Not everybody can afford a vehicle. Not everyone can drive a vehicle for a variety of reasons, whether they are under 16, they are over an age where they're no longer allowed to drive or no longer feel it is safe for them to drive. And we need to make this community safe for all of those folks. My daughters are almost 4 and 8 months old. I want them to grow up in a world that where the adults who get decision-making power take climate change seriously. I want them to take their safety seriously. I want them to grow up believing that they are allowed to take space on the road, which is not always our experience when we cargo bike around these days. We have been sworn at. We have been sped by on McNeil many, many times too close. And we do our very best to obey the rules of the road, to be very courteous to our fellow road users. But I will tell you that it is a struggle, and that when they are too big to fit on my bike, I do have concerns about, do I need to start saving for a car, because I'm not quite sure how we're going to continue our current strategy of getting around. I will say, if you look at the Monterey Middle School data, 49% of families surveyed in 2022 said that they would prefer to get to school by bike, but only 15 or 16% do, and that one of the major barriers was traffic safety. There is demand from young families, and I bike right past the school drop-off lineup for St. Michael's Junior School daily, and I would love it if that traffic were lighter. So please give us the infrastructure, and then we will meet you there and make it better in that way. Just a quick note. I graduated high school in Victoria in 2007, which is also the date of many school travel plans, many of which have recommendations in them which have yet to be implemented. If you take another 10 years, my eldest will be starting high school. Perhaps we could move at less than a generational turnover speed for implementing policies that we actually have already agreed to. And lastly, a quick note on parties. I also like to have parties with my friends, and I also like my friends to be able to get to my house safely. And so I know that people manage to have parties and gatherings in many places, with or without parking. We have many options, and I hope that we can all support each other's desire to gather in a friendly context post-pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else wish to come forward? I'm going to give everybody who has the first time speaking first, if that's okay. Oh, there's one online. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Henry DeCluso.
Okay, put the microphone on, please. Sorry. Oh, just try it again, middle button.
Hello, my name is Henry DeCluso, Oak Bay resident. I'm concerned about the overall cost to the taxpayers. Once again, I think it's hard for a young family to afford Oak Bay, and we're continually increasing taxes. I also think there's an implication to seniors as well, who also have to pay this tax. That's all I need. Thanks.
Thank you very much. What a great example of brief brevity. I'm going to, please come forward. I'm going to go to somebody online first. We have Ms. Prince online, I believe. If you want to just unmute yourself, you're welcome to speak. Same process, just name and municipality of residence, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Jessica Prince. I am a resident of Oak Bay. I grew up here in the 80s and 90s, went away for a while, and came back to Oak Bay 5 years ago, where I now live near the village and have two small children that I bike around Oak Bay, Victoria, and Salish exclusively on the back of an e-cargo bike. Like many people at this meeting, I am an Oak Bay taxpayer. My taxes go to fund things that I do not use, like the roads that cars drive on. I would love it if there were protected bike lanes that would protect me and my children as we bike in and out of this municipality to go to daycare, as I bike in and out of this municipality to work downtown, as I bike all over this municipality to buy groceries and visit my kids' grandparents, one of whom is also an e-bike user, biking up and down to UVic every single day. Maggie Knight talked about like build it and they will come. I have a kid who's about to turn 5 and will be going to Willows Elementary. If you build protected bike lanes to Willows, which is 3.5 blocks from my home, my kid will bike to school. He will not bike to school right now because it's not safe for him to do so. I don't think it's fair to ask for us to see an accident on St. Anne's before we actually build protected bike infrastructure. I urge you to do the right thing for the climate and for our kids. Thank you very much for your consideration of this very important issue.
Thank you for your comments. Back to the room here.
I'm Myrna Hebert. I live in North Oak Bay on Henderson. And my husband spoke earlier. We both drive and cycle, but very differently. And so my experience of cycling is very different than his. He's ready to go out of protected lanes and cycle in the traffic when, things are slowing him down. I use an e-bike, which is the only way I can keep up with him. But that means that when I'm going uphill, I'm going faster than a lot of regular cyclists. I get to the top of a hill and I go slower than them going down because I like to use a bit of brake. And that really freaks a lot of people out who are trying to get as much energy out of that hill as they can. Again, that means I actually would love to have a feeling of being in protected bike lanes, and I mostly refuse to cycle anywhere where there isn't a bike lane, which again can be a little irritating to my loved one. But But I'm terrified of narrow protected bike lanes because I don't feel safe in them, because I feel pressured by people coming behind me. I don't know, I can slow down if I'm catching up to people, but I certainly can't figure out how to pass. I don't want to be leaving a protected bike lane in order to pass people and then figure out how to get back in. I would love to find a way to make protected bike lanes actually protective. But my bigger priority, and the one I really want to encourage you to think about when you're trying to prioritize, is making networks that actually network. Much more important than, you know, building protection around bike lanes which already exist and are working, like the one on my part of Henderson, which is working perfectly. It gets a lot of use from bicycles during the daytime. It gets to be places to park at night. We don't have a lot of parties. We have like 2 large parties a year maybe. But what we do have more often is elderly people who come to visit us and need a place to park. And I think one of the things that we haven't spoken about is, it's all well and good to say, oh, let all these 80-year-olds bike. My 80-year-old mother doesn't bike. She does well to walk a little bit. And she finds stepping over curbs very, very difficult. And so these sorts of things that are becoming impediments to her minimally active transport. My mother-in-law is really good at walking, but man, she goes crossing streets to park instead of parking on the same side, and I worry about her. And they're, you know, as we all get older, we're all a little bit less good at recovering if we are hit by cars and things. So we'd like to keep, you know, the parking safe enough for not just the relatives who visit often, but a lot of those people who come to our parties. They're not bicycling to parties because they're getting older too. And they need to be able to park where they can walk, or they'll just stay home and get more and more isolated. And that's not a good thing in an aging city. So, so I think that's one issue. But to come back to the other is the networking of our roads. I bicycle when I bicycle to work, and there's one place on my whole route where the bike lane disappears for half a block. It's not in Oak Bay, so it's not your fault. It's down by Mayfair Mall, and those who cycle probably know what I'm talking about. But there's 1/2 block, which is quite terrifying every time I ride it, because there's no other good way than to pull out into traffic in the middle of a very busy area. I don't know why Victoria hasn't solved that one, but what I would really encourage is to say, let's try and make our bike lanes connect and less worry about building barriers, which again, I experience as dangerous rather than actually protective. If they were actually protective, beautiful, but I don't know if they are. All the people that I know have been hit by cars, and I know several, were hit in intersections. And there's no protective lanes in those intersections. And anyone who says every accident that happened could have been protected by a bike lane, I can't imagine how that's true, because some of them must have happened in intersections. That's where they happen.
Thank you very much for your comments. I'm going to wrap up the public comments here at 9:30, because we really do have to get to the business of the meeting. I'm just going to, just before we come to second time speakers, I want to make sure everybody's had a chance to speak once if they do want to speak to council. Is there anybody else in the room who wants to address, come forward? Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Charles Barron.
Oh, you need to put the microphone on, please, and then state your name. There we go.
My name's Charles Barron, and I'm from North Oak Bay. I live on St. Anne as well. About protected barriers on St. Anne, if you take away street parking and put protective barriers there, where's the plumber going to park when he comes to fix my plumbing? Or the roofing company when they fix my neighbor's roof? Or the Amazon truck that delivers? A lot of these houses were built many years ago when you were lucky if you had one car. A lot of the residents now have 2 cars. There's just nowhere else to park. We don't have parties, but we do have friends that come to visit from time to time. If you take away street parking, where are they going to park? They're going to have to park around the block, maybe on Luley. I'm sure the people on Luley aren't going to be happy. So, I don't know. I'm okay with bike lanes, but the protected lanes in a residential area creates just more problems. It's like you're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else wish to speak for the first time? Yeah, come forward.
I'll be quick. I'm Liz. I live in Oak Bay. And I just want to refer you to one site out of UBC. It's called Cycling in Cities. And you can get all the statistics and reports there that you need to confirm what we already know, or what that protected lanes bring more people out biking, and it protects people. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now rushing everybody, but I sort of feel I have to. Thank you for the brief comments. Anybody else wish to come forward here before I come back? Mr. Zelka?
Well, thank you very much. Eric Zelka, Oak Bay. And I think one of the things that possibly may be freaking some people out tonight, at least, is the protected bike lanes on St. Anne and some of the others areas nearby, especially knowing how many fire trucks go zooming through there and the bus lanes that go back and forth. And there's just a sort of a lot of head scratching, wondering how could staff possibly be recommending something as crazy as that with all the fire trucks zooming around. So, but looking forward to seeing what the final detailed design looks like. Let me just start my comments, or just the point I'm trying to make is really no one expected the Spanish Inquisition. Is really the essence of what I'm trying to say on my final points here. No one expected the former mayor of Victoria, when they put in the plan and spent all that money for all of the bike lanes to go in downtown Victoria, for her bicycle to be stolen that night. It was like, some people thought sweet irony, because that was just an example of what all other bike users who leave their bikes downtown get, since there was so much bike theft. It's unbelievable. Hence the need for this valet parking that no one seems to want to pay for either. But no one also expected the government of BC to come along and say, as of April 1st last year, every single job does not require an office. You can now work from home. 100%. Every single job. I don't need to go downtown anymore. Thank God I don't want to go downtown anymore. It is so uncomfortable for me. And I'm a lifelong biker. I didn't even own a car until I moved here to Victoria and Oak Bay about 16, 17 years ago. I grew up in Toronto. Millions of people in Toronto. I learned how to ride a bike in the traffic with the streetcar tracks. Did I have bike accidents? Did I break bones? Yes. I ran into trees. I fell down making turns badly. Every single bike accident I had was my fault. Never had a bad interaction with a car. But I knew, like we're all taught, those of us who learn the rules of the road, stay 1 meter away from every car, because those car doors do open up sometimes when you don't expect. What I love about some of the school things for our children here in Victoria, pedal heads. First thing I did with my 2 kids, I put them into pedal heads for their summer camps. They know the rules of the road. And I feel very safe with them being on the road, whether there's a bike lane or not. I know that they know what to do. And that's what I would recommend every single parent do. One of the things that concerns me about safety on the streets is the number of parents, and I'm sorry, I'm one of them as well, who when the kid says, I'm late for school, I bundle them in the car, and just like millions of other parents, take them to the school and wait in line to drop them off. And you know what I'm talking about on Victoria, on Beach, up in Willows.
Mr. Zelka, it's another
Yes.
completion of the 3 minutes.
So the parents who are asking us for these protected bike lanes are also the parents who sometimes have to create, are actually in many ways creating the problem. Please, if we could just be aware of the pressures on our budget. The marina, who's going to pay for the replacement of all those buildings that are now completely spent? And of course the uplands. We have 5 staff that were just hired for the uplands, 5 engineering staff. Who knows how many staff is going to be needed for the uplands? And just please be gentle with the budgeting funds that you're responsible for. Thank you for the due diligence. Just be gentle. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zelka. Yeah, I have 2 more minutes on my clock here open, so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Denis Perret, North Oak Bay. I'll be very brief. I just would like you to, and I didn't have time to read the entire report because I just got this very shortly yesterday. But I think you should also look at considering the traffic data or the traffic count for cyclists and all that versus all mode of transportation. And in that, I reflect to also pedestrian. And I believe that pedestrian probably outweigh the number of cyclists. And maybe when you consider your budget, consider also doing, spending money on the sidewalks as opposed to on the cyclist lane. Because I walk probably 10, maybe 15 miles a day. I have dogs. They need to be exercised, but they also are telling me that I need to be exercised. So on that note, I thank you. And
Thank you very much. Hopefully none of your dogs have twisted their ankles on our sidewalks at this point, so. Last chance here before I'm gonna just close off the public input and we'll come back to this table. Welcome.
Hi, Mayor Councillor. I live on St. Anne. I've lived there for 30 years.
Could you just give your
My
name
name
for
is
the
Willow
record?
Falconer.
Thank you.
And you have my letter. It's a long one. And I'm sorry for that. But I just found out about this last night. And so I was really surprised and very dismayed by some of the things that were said. We bicycle. We also drive. And we are one of the houses on St. Anne Street that does not have off-street parking, and we do not have a driveway. What are we going to do if you decide to put in a protected lane? Where will we go? Do we not have a right to park in front of our own home that we've lived there for almost 30 years? What do we do? I mean, I love biking, but I feel that this has become a really polarized issue, pitting car drivers against bicyclists. And we're both. Where do we sit here? I really don't know what we should do. But I do know that, as I said in my letter, I would like to see if we could instead have a three-way stop sign at the T-junction with Bowker. Because cars come whipping around the corners, and it's really, really frightening sometimes when I'm walking. And I think that would slow the traffic down. I think it would also be good to have a crosswalk on St. Anne, across St. Anne, at that same intersection. It would make things safer for everyone. Kids going to school, people biking, they'd have to stop and look and really be present in the moment and know what they're doing. The other thing also is we have not had the lines and we've already got the painted lines for the bike lane on St. Anne, pardon me, for a number of years. They haven't been maintained and people don't see them anymore. We still have the sign, but the road is not indicated. It's not really clear anymore. So I'd like to see that come back because I do think that we need some bike lanes, but I don't think that protected lanes are the answer for every single place. Great on places like Cadbury Bay Road where they're wide roads and they're very heavily used. But on residential streets, I don't think it's the option that we should be looking at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, certainly did appreciate in the report there is some also just some of that technical data where different sizes and volume of traffic and so forth requires it, and those were all laid out. Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody for your comments tonight. I really appreciate the thoughtful discussion and comments. We're going to have our work cut out here to get through this in a timely enough fashion. You're welcome to stick around as we go through this process. There's been a lot of comments here made and some questions which I try to address as they've been risen. Are there any additional questions that have come up from members of council wish to ask of staff before we go ahead, Councillor Patterson?
Yes, thank you. I too really appreciate all of the comments from the gallery tonight. Obviously, depending on what your mode of transportation is, your thoughts are different, and all are important. But one piece of information that I should have thought about myself, so I'm really appreciative that it came up from the gallery, and that is we are a little unusual in this community in that for private properties, they're lateral lines to the drain system. They are responsible for to the middle of the road. And so if there is a bike lane that is also on that road, I'm just wondering if staff could clarify then, would the owner, in addition to being responsible for their portion of the lateral that goes to the main, would they be responsible for restoration of the the bike lane on the road.
I'm not sure, there's a lot of oohing going on. I'm not sure it'd be that much more expensive, but we'll go to Mr. Rennick. If I can just ask you, at this point, we're going to be having conversations at this, so we want to get through this business. Thank you. Mr. Rennick.
Through you, Mayor. Essentially, the council has directed through the public sewer bylaw that there are two ways of determining the cost when a lateral is replaced. Laterals that are under 10 meters in length and under 2.1 meters in depth are paid for as a fixed fee. Laterals that exceed those requirements are paid for at cost. If there was an incremental cost increase, those ones that were paid at cost would see a slight cost increase as a result of needing to restore a bike lane. It's difficult to quantify what that would be. Those that fall under the fixed fee, essentially we periodically reconcile how much we're collecting in fixed fee with how much the fixed fee jobs are costing us and can increase the fixed fees accordingly. So it's not something that I would expect to see doubles the cost overnight. It's something that would come out in the wash, I would say. But we do have methods of tracking those costs as we increase costs for pipe, for labor, for trucking, for all of the other factors that drive costs.
I'm just, the primary discussion we're having here, of course, tonight is time frame and source of funding that we're going to consider, and then possibly some stages to this if that's the will of council. Councilor Smart, I see your hand go up. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Rennick, acknowledging what you just said, but just because there were so many residents here in concern about St. Anne's, I just wanted to clarify. My read of the report was that the recommendation was actually not to have protected bike lanes on St. Anne. Could you just clarify if I'm correct?
Through you, Mayor, the consultant did identify the portion of St. Anne Street between Bowker Avenue and the Fire Hall for protected bike lanes. That was what was in the report. However, as I stated in an earlier response to a question, these details can be fleshed out in detailed design and community consultation.
Anything else? Thank you. Any other questions of staff at this point? Okay, I'll turn to our members here. I'll need a motion to receive the report. It's probably a good place to start. Is there a mover or seconder? Thank you. I usually discuss receipt, so we're formally receiving the receipt here. Go ahead. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Your Worship, I believe it's time to test the will of council. I will make the motion to move forward with option 2 as presented in the staff report. Most importantly, that a 5-year implementation strategy for the 9 cycling facilities prioritized in the 2023 Oak Bay Active Transportation Strategy Review be approved and funded through taxation as laid out in option 4 of the financial impact section, and the following pieces as written, Your Worship.
A second.
So moved and seconded, and just for those in the audience, for clarity and for council, so we're all clear on this, this is implementation plan, this is the second one, for a 5-year implementation plan for the 9 cycling facilities prioritized through taxation. We'd add 2 active transportation coordinators, undertake detailed design to come back and for the staff report with prioritized construction schedule, essentially guide that prioritization. Go ahead if you wish to motivate, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. It's just really my pleasure to see this active transportation material come before council and to see it presented with an ambitious and with a time concerned type of time frame presented. We've heard lots of comments from the gallery tonight and lots of public input, and I'm really pleased to hear it. I favor this particular option, and I've been advocating for active transportation for a long time. I'm an active cyclist. I use that as my primary mode of transportation. This is a plan to build infrastructure for those folks who are not yet riding. This is an active transportation strategy implemented well, inspires new people to ride, new people to take it up, new people to engage in active transportation who don't feel safe and comfortable doing it. I am safe and comfortable doing it. I've done it for years. There are many, many people who are marginalized and are not able to ride, both young and old, and with various levels of ability. So when we talk about AAA infrastructure, when we talk about the costs of implementing this type of infrastructure and this level of infrastructure, AAA has been the standard. I've been an advocate for a AAA standard. We have, as a council, have committed ourselves to really investing heavily in infrastructure and seeing the importance of that. When we invest in infrastructure, we do it in a way that is modern and that is comprehensive, and we aspire to be the best. In fact, we've won awards for how we plan for infrastructure. So active transportation should be the same, and so this option gives us that. On the same token, it also saves costs for our residents. Using bicycles or another mode of transportation instead of the car is a savings. I use my car, I have a car, I drive it, but nowadays we use it less than 5,000 kilometers a year, and it costs us very little to operate and own, and certainly our bicycles cost us much less than that. We are entering into a period of time where we're planning really heavily for housing in this community. This puts us ahead of the curve as far as getting infrastructure in place for additional density. We have accessibility concerns. Every person who can divert a trip from an automobile and make space on the street for seniors who need that space, who have no other option but to drive, there's more space and accessibility for them. And I would be remiss if I did not say that we were in the middle of a climate emergency. This is a concrete and specific thing that is within municipal purview to address the climate emergency. Transportation options that are less carbon-based assist us in doing that. So I appreciate your indulgence, Your Worship. I'll yield the floor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Appleton. Councillor Smart is a seconder, then I have Councillor Braithwaite.
Yeah, thank you. To build upon that motivation, the mode shift is happening. We are seeing already our residents make choices to drive less, to choose low transportation options, and it's our responsibility to not stand in the way and actually support that, to provide the safe infrastructure that our residents want, because they want either their children to ride to school or even an elderly parent to feel safe using a low income and low carbon transportation choice. I think that really the question is, we've committed to addressing this climate emergency. We've committed to providing low transportation options. So really it's just a question of how fast are we going to do it. We are already so far behind in the implementation of this plan from 2011. This 5-year plan actually gets us where we want to go. And it's not, after that, there's going to be additional things like the Beach Drive route that we're going to want to look at. So we don't want this to stretch out too long and to keep our residents waiting and to put them in unsafe situations.
Thank you. Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks so much, Mayor. It's been great to hear everybody's input tonight. I think that one of the wonderful things is that this council here has been so supportive of active transportation for its whole term, whether that's cycling or pedestrian or whatever mode of active transportation we have. I'm a bike rider. My husband's a bike rider. He delivers food for the food bank on his bike. So I don't want people to think that I'm not supportive of bike lanes and biking infrastructure within our municipality. However, what I think is that I have a difficult time not having the pedestrian sidewalk master plan in my hand while in conjunction with this active transportation plan, so I can make a real constructive decision. I think we need to see both of those plans before we can consider exactly where we want to move forward as a municipality. I'd love to be able to do some of the low-hanging fruit aspects that are mentioned in the report. I think that those would be helpful. I agree that we should have some sort of a network that, whether it's in the future, it could be divided bike lanes, but to have something that is contiguous from other municipalities through our municipality, I think it'd be a good thing. But for me, I have a difficult time supporting this this particular motion because I do feel that that we should be looking at the other reports at the same time. There's things that we also need to do. We have changes coming to our OCP, which I think could affect this. It might make us look differently on where we want to put bike lanes. It might make us think differently of how we want to do our sidewalk infrastructure. So we have so many things coming down the pipe right now. And then the other thing is that I know that if we move forward with the motion that's on the floor and we need to hire 2 more people, we're already 2 people behind in engineering. How long have we been waiting to hire these 2 people that we put the budget in place, how long ago, a year and a half ago or something, to be able to hire these 2 more people in engineering, and we haven't been able to find those people yet to hire. It's hard to hire people to be able to do this work. So that's another one of the things that I worry about a little bit. So I'm supportive of doing the active transportation, but I think that what we need to do is we need to look at it in conjunction with the pedestrian and sidewalk master plan. So I'm going to have to vote against this this motion. I'm sorry.
Councillor Braithwaite, Councillor Watson. I'm assuming everybody wants to speak, so.
Yeah, thank you. I like the idea of an accelerated plan, but I'm not sure I like the idea of tax funding it. I would prefer to see it actually debt funded. We don't have any debt and we haven't used it, and I think it would be appropriate, and it would also reduce the impact, at least in the early years of the program. Clearly, that debt's amortized over more than 5 years, but so that's one comment. I also just generally would comment that I'm not even sure what I'm going to do, but if I support the motion, it is important for me to know that we are going to be doing detailed design work with a lot of community consultation, because we've heard anecdotally, we've heard from some experts, we have a lot of information, and not everybody agrees about the appropriate design for these routes. And part of me also does feel that in some residential settings, we do not need to go to the particular design solutions that are presented now. That's not to say I wouldn't change my mind about that, but if going forward with this, I just want to stress how important that ongoing engagement with the community is around the design and really using the best information we have to come up with the best solutions for the community, because certainly the hard infrastructure is expensive and we want to be making that investment wisely. So I'm happy to support a 5-year plan to move this forward, because it's taken a long time to get here, and I do feel that imperative from the community, but I'm not sure that I want to support a tax funded program. So that's my comments for now.
Thank you for that, Councillor Green.
Thank you very much. And I really do want to reiterate other comments. Thank you all for being here tonight. The comments have been extraordinarily helpful. And this, again, demonstrates to me the key importance of good community consultation. And that's my first and foremost principle on any project like this, of this magnitude. We have to do our due diligence on community consultation. Some residents mentioned tonight that they didn't know about this until last night. So these are important issues, and they have critical financial implications for our residents, particularly if it's a tax-based funding model. So I really want to stress that. I also agree that the sidewalk master plan would be a tremendous asset tonight, so that I could have had the benefit of looking at both documents together. Someone talked about the importance of connecting our network, connectivity. Well, I would like to connect the reports, because I believe that connectivity is really important for me. We are talking about active transportation as a holistic concept. It isn't just one form of transportation, it's many forms of transportation. So it is about accessibility as well. And that is one of the things that I had crossed my mind tonight as we were all talking and listening. We have a new accessibility committee that has been struck, that the province has mandated municipalities to have. We have volunteers appointed to that committee, and it is all about accessibility for those that are mobility challenged, that may have sight issues, and so on. So this is all integrated. These things don't happen in isolation of each other. So I would be very happy to have the accessibility committee at some point have access to these reports to look at those for their input. But at this point, I'm somewhat like Councillor Watson. I'm not absolutely sure where I'm going to land, but I know that I'm concerned about the cost. I'm concerned that we still need to hire staff. We just had an infrastructure report presented to us a couple of weeks ago, and costs are escalating. And I am mindful of the comments that some residents made. Will taxation actually keep young families and newcomers out of our community as we escalate these costs? And we do have to be mindful of that. I think we're also in the middle of a budget discussion. So there are some loose ends here that I'm not that comfortable with, but I will listen to others. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Patterson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And it's been a long evening, and we're on the first item. So it's you know, I appreciate Councillor Appleton's passion for alternative transportation measures, and being an environmentalist who uses a car very minimally and uses predominantly foot power or public transportation. And I think really public transportation is what we really have to do if we want to greatly impact climate change, because we really need to make it more available and less stigmatized. But on the bicycle, the cycling assets that we're talking about tonight, and I will call them cycling assets because I don't look at it as an active transportation plan at this point, as Councillor Braithwaite already suggested. The sidewalk, not having the sidewalk master plan be part of this, I think is a real missing element. And when I look at what the other municipalities are doing, their active transportation, it includes sidewalks, but it also includes bus shelters, it includes crosswalks, it includes safety issues. So it's much more holistic. And so I can't support a tax increase of if I was to do the bike, the cycling assets here, I would lean towards then the 10-year program, if anything, only simply because, and it would be funded through property taxes, simply because I think that number is going to double when we look at, if we really truly look at active transportation holistically. And so it would be that. Also, I think that in the overall scope of debt that we will need to take on for the district's buildings, our debt is going to go to levels very quickly that are going to make a lot of residents in the district of Oak Bay quite nervous, and justifiably so, because it would take us to a level that is beyond most of the other smaller communities in this region. But I think it should be, if anything, it would be funded through property taxes rather than debt, because of the size of the projects being smaller on an annual basis. And if they're funded through taxes for the capital installation, then the taxes are there to sustain the life cycle costs kind of built into it. So while I agree with Councillor Appleton on how to fund it, I don't agree on the length of the time and the tax increase over the 5 years. So, and I'm still not totally confirmed on doing anything without having that the pedestrian plan also, because I hear every day about the condition of Oak Bay sidewalks, and if we're going to change housing and increase density, there are a lot of streets in my neighborhood that I anticipate would have parking both sides and do not have any sidewalks on the street yet. So I think this is a good start, but I don't think it's definitive enough to make a firm decision on.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I'll say a few words here. And I do appreciate, I thank you for putting the motion forward. I'm struggling a little bit with the 5-year versus the 10-year time frame. So speaking to the motion, that part I have a little bit of issue with for a couple of reasons. One, if you look at our 5-year financial plan and the expected increases, we have a lot of, for those in the audience, a lot of forced costs that are coming down the pipe. We have some regulatory changes that are happening at a provincial level that are requiring us to invest in things like soil remediation for our projects and things of this nature that are adding significantly to our costs. We have quite a few sort of forced inflationary pieces that are coming due. And as we are ramping up our overall capital infrastructure pieces, that's largely built in now. We are largely caught up, but not entirely. So there's that there is some limit to how much we can increase, and I am also mindful of the fact that we, if we're committing increases here, that we are going to have in a few weeks or a couple of months' time this other pedestrian portion of things, which is almost certain to identify significant additional investment in improving our sidewalks and our pedestrian walkways. So my general feeling here, and the third part of this is, as we're doing this infrastructure replacement, just looking at this year's projects that are coming due in the next few, even if we're ramping up to $20 or $25 million a year, it's a fairly small portion of our overall roads infrastructure, and I'm having a hard time imagining that we're going to get to all the underground infrastructure in the next 5 years in a timeline that actually makes that piece. I think it's worth, I appreciate it. I want to just reflect back a little bit, because I've certainly heard frustration, and I totally understand it about the lagged timeline that is taking us to get to the active transportation pieces in this community. Certainly there's been some built, but certainly not much. And so one of the things that we asked for was this revised WAT, because that designs that existed 10 years ago have changed obviously over time. I think in our ideal model here, we'd be, farther ahead in our infrastructure replacement plan, having that paid for, and then dealing with some of these surface level replacements. We're not in that scenario. So to the merits of this, I think there's merit to setting a 5-year time frame. I have a hard time seeing that being super realistic in terms of us actually getting the pieces out the door. I do, however, I reflect personally that the contiguous nature of the network, I think, is an incredibly critical piece. If we're not going to do the 5-year, I think we really should be looking at prioritizing at least connecting the bike lanes together in the areas that are being talked about here. Doing that, although it still requires some detailed design work, would allow us to certainly do some real world testing with real world traffic and some of that pieces coming together. So with that, I think the aspects of this motion that I see in front of me, I have a hard time with the 5 years. I have a hard time seeing that as a realistic piece, and especially with the cost pieces, where we could do the 10-year and do 1% increases over each of the next 3 years and build that in. It's still not nothing, I'm going to say that, but would allow us some of that opportunity. The rest of it, though, I do agree with. I think this is something that has to be paid out of taxation. I don't think taking it out of reserves that are intended for replacement is the right thing to do. I think we have to acknowledge that transportation is one of our core responsibilities. That includes everything from the parking spaces to the curbs to the pedestrian and the cycling infrastructure, as well as the car infrastructure. So I think if we build this in, we need to build it in a way that's sustainable and manageable over the long run. So that's where I'm sitting at the moment.
Yeah, I wonder if we need a
Oh, we do need a motion I need a motion to extend for an hour, because I think we're going to, by the time we get through the rest of the items.
to extend for 1 hour.
Is there a seconder? Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. I will say that if councillors do have to leave, I understand that may be necessary. Councillor Smart?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to speak particularly to the reason I'm leaning so strongly towards the 5-year versus the 10-year, and it's a couple different things. One of it is the planning of projects. If we go ahead with the 5-year strategy, it means we're actually planning all the projects now, and there's some crucial timelines, both with regional projects that are happening and also with projects happening in our municipality, that I see a real benefit to actually planning the projects now, and actually getting that network earlier so that we get the mode shift and we don't run into this period of time where we're densifying and we're having parking issues. And the other one is that if we do the 5-year now, we're actually budgeting this money, and understandably right now it's a cycling project, but it doesn't have to stay that way. If we budget this money for active transportation, it's in the budget, and it allows us, when we have that sidewalk master plan, to have put aside some funds to come back when we talk about how we're coordinating with these projects to enhance the actual sidewalk space as well. So I guess I just see it as a moment in time where we're just about to do our budget. It's a really smart choice to set this money aside for active transportation. It really meets our council priorities and our planning.
Councillor Smart. Any other comments? Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yeah, in order to move this forward tonight and sort of get us into the budget process, which is, I think, when all of this starts to distill out and you know, the rubber hits the road, no pun intended. But I would move to amend the motion to, rather than, to still keep it through the property tax increase, but over the 10-year cycle, so that would put it at 2.9%. Move that tonight so that we get into financial planning, looking at this, weighing it overall. There is budget monies, as staff said, for the sidewalk master plan in there, so we will then consider it in the context of a framework of financial support for a more fulsome active
I'm going to stop you from motivating for a second, because I have a motion to amend, but I'm not entirely clear what the motion to amend is.
The motion to amend would be to number 4, but over the 10-year time period.
So before I get a seconder, I'm going to turn to Mr. Payne. I just want to make sure I'm clear, because it says in that thing that we could spread that over 1 to 3 years. I just want to make sure that's actually a viable suggestion, that tax increase be spread over that time frame, particularly without any borrowing. Mr. Payne, did you hear the suggested motion? It's been moved but not seconded. I just want to get some clarification on the viability of taking the, whatever it is, the 5.9% or something under option 4, but spreading that over up to 10 years.
Thank you, Your Worship. That is absolutely viable. The reason that the 1 to 3 year is noted in the staff report is primarily just around staff's ability to actually conduct the capital works and to have the funds available to do that. So, you know, you could spread the funding over any desired time frame, and staff would simply scale the capital works to the available funding as it grows.
Okay, so managed within the annual budget process. Okay, thank you for that clarification. So it's moved to spread that thing up for over 10 years. That's that specific. Okay. Is there a seconder for that motion? Yeah, absolutely. I'll seek clarification before.
For clarification, Your Worship, we're sticking with then we're only amending the implementation of the tax increase. We're not changing the 5-year implementation strategy. Is that what's proposed?
That is what I heard, was that the change here is to the...
Yes, at this point in time, it would keep it at that to take us into the budget process, at which time we would be really reevaluating in the context of the entire budget, at which point we may cut it back.
So it's moved right now to spread that, well, in fairness, we probably could do some of this at the budget table as well, but I think it's helpful at some point, just because we're talking about a number here in a public meeting, to spread it. So is there a seconder for that? Not seeing one yet. Oh, Councillor Watson.
I'm not to second yet. I'm still not clear on the motion. I heard what I thought were two different things. Are we talking about a 5-year implementation, or are we talking about a 10-year implementation?
So what I heard, and I'll just try and repeat this, is the motion is to leave the motion intact, which is option 2, but that where it says that insert funding source here, it says funded through taxation, and then hers is to amend it to say spread over a 10-year time frame, so that that 5.9% increase is spread out over 10 years.
I'll second the motion.
So it's moved.
Amended.
Yeah, the amendment. So Councilor Pastor, now I'll allow you to motivate.
Well, I want to move something forward to the financial planning, the budget process on this. Active transportation is important. And I think we've all voiced that around the council table. We have a big element of this that is missing right now. When we come back to the financial plan, we will be looking at what staff have inserted in the financial plan by way of finances for the sidewalk master plan. But we'll see the impacts of this. If we don't move this forward into the budget process and into the financial plan, it makes it then almost impossible to have any discussions about what we want to do with the financing of active transportation and the breakdown of how we are going to allocate the funding. So I'm just attempting to move something forward so that we can look at this then in the context. We don't have the budgeted increases for the sidewalk master plan that staff has put in the budget. We will be looking at them probably tomorrow night, in which time we can come back to the discussion. I think we want to move forward with active transportation. Not necessarily, and I'm reading this now as active transportation and reading the report that was put forward before us, which the consultants recommend that we have to develop this holistically. And so by moving this forward, I'm trying to get it into more acceptable from a taxation point of view perspective, and give us a chance to move it forward and look at the broader picture and decide if all of the portions of active transportation that are in this report, plus some of the other things that are considered in the consultant's report, how we break it down and how we move it forward in future years. Because right now, we need to move something to financial plan.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Go ahead, Councillor Green, on the amendment motion.
On the amendment, thank you, and I appreciate the amendment motion. I think in listening to everyone and thinking about active transportation in Oak Bay, one of the things that we have not done well is manage public expectations. And I think, Mayor, you made that point in your remarks. If we make motions like this that have a certain timeline and we don't deliver, then we will end up back where we are now, which is you spent 13 or 15 years and you still haven't enacted anything meaningful. I don't want us to do that again. I don't want us to make the promises that we can't keep on the active transportation plan, because it is an absolutely critical plan. It's an absolutely critical process. But there are some huge obstacles in our way. One is finance. I'm very concerned about the financial impacts. I appreciate extending the window 10 years rather than 5, but I am concerned about our staff and our capacity. When taken together with infrastructure, with the housing legislation, all of this together in a municipality of roughly 17,000 plus, and a staff that are under incredible pressure now. So those are some of my concerns, and again, I'm struggling with what the best option is at this point. But I agree, transportation and transportation planning holistically is critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. And Councillor Smart, go ahead.
No, thank you. I seconded this amendment because I believe it's a very good compromise. I think the capacity issues that Councillor Green brings up are very real, and I feel like this is the best way to deal with that by hiring 2 staff members and allowing them to support everything that we're going to need to do for active transportation. And are we going to be further along with hiring 2 staff members than 1? Yes. So I believe this is going to address the capacity issue, and I appreciate lessening the impact to taxpayers.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton, and then Watson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Speaking to the amendment, I'm not going to support the motion to amend, mostly because it is very important to me that we get moving on a ambitious and complete plan. And I understand completely the motivation and the interest in spreading out the tax burden in the most effective way possible. What I do not want to see happen is to have the individual components of this plan move forward into the financial plan and then be individually considered. So there is if it gets integrated into the financial plan in that way, it raises the specter of certain components being carved out of it or other components being deleted. This commits this option that is on the table at the moment is interested in getting the full 9 cycling facilities prioritized in the plan done, and I just don't want to see any erosion of getting that fundamental network that's so critical to increasing mode share shift and adoption of active transportation done. So I appreciate the motivation behind it, but I'm not going to support it at this time.
Does anybody else wish to speak to the amendment? Oh, sorry, Councillor Watson. And then
Yes, I actually have a sort of a comment and a question. I appreciate the desire to make the financial hit to the taxpayer lower, but I'm still curious about why some members of council feel imperative that this should be done solely by a property tax increase and not debt funded. So if I may, I'd like to ask a question of Mr. Payne. Director Payne, I am curious to know, even just looking out 5 years right now, what you anticipate to be our demand for debt-funded infrastructure or other capital costs, if this were not included in debenture packages that we might take up.
Mr. Payne?
I apologize. I apologize, Your Worship. I was having some technical difficulty during the question. Would you mind repeating it? I apologize.
Not a problem. I just was asking if you could. I've been curious about the desire around the council table not to use debt finance to fund this project, and so I just wanted to ask you, looking out 5 years from now, what is our anticipated debt load that we might be taking on because of planned capital projects? So we're starting from zero now, correct? And what do you see on the books for the next, cumulatively for the next 5 years?
Mr. Payne?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Now, there's a number of undefined debt obligations that may arise from the 5-year plan. Of course, the public safety building, the Carnarvon Park building. Those are 2 major projects that will require council scoping and will significantly change the amount of debt. However, the preliminary funding that's provided for in the financial plan exceeds, I believe, $58 million for those 2 projects, plus the North Oak Bay pump station consolidation. So that gives you a general idea of what the debt load that is anticipated in the 5-year plan.
So based on our debt funding limit, I think you said it was 50 million. We're already exceeding that with the projects we anticipate having on the books. Is that correct?
Mr. Payne, it's not the debt limit, it's the debt limit without going to a referendum, essentially. But Mr. Payne, can you just confirm that?
Yeah, Your Worship. The $50 million is approximately 20% of our debt limit. So 1/4 of that would be where our non-electoral approval limit would be. So approximately $12.5 million is without electoral approval.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Braithwaite?
Thank you so much. And this is another question for Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne, if we did go ahead with the 10-year implementation, can you tell me what the taxation actually would be each year? Because when I'm looking at your table, it's 5-year would be 5.75, and I'm assuming that's per year. And then for 10 years, it would be 2.9. So is it the 2.9 that we would be looking at in addition to the 9.6 that we're already looking at increasing our taxes?
Go ahead, Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, the major difference between the 5-year and the 10-year, the major assumption there is the speed at which staff can implement the program. And so accelerated funding provides the capacity, at least the financial capacity for staff to accelerate the program. So if the funding is spread out over 10 years, the funding simply is not there for the program to be implemented. So effectively, you are choosing, by deferring the tax increase, you are effectively choosing a longer amortization period. So to answer the question directly, if you wanted to spread the funding over 10 years, you would be effectively not implementing the program. You would be implementing it over 10 years, or you would have to be utilizing reserves that were originally intended for other purposes, such as the infrastructure renewal reserve. I know that's a bit confusing. I'm more than happy to answer further questions on it if I've been unclear.
Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Yeah, it was a bit unclear, I think. So I guess the bottom line for me is I want to know, if we did do what this motion is proposing, what change does that make to our budget, the tax that we have budgeted for, that we're looking at budgeting so far? Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah. So I think the clarification here, there's a total of I mean, this is a lot of presumptions here on the costing and the final design and so forth, obviously. But the total cost of this is 5.75%, because that's basically the $1 million a year or whatever plus. So that's the or 800,000 a year. So that if that's spread over multiple years, that's essentially the question here. Mr. Payne, is there anything you can add to that from a clarification perspective? Oh, maybe you have lost Mr. Payne.
Your Worship, no, I am here. I am contemplating the question. I apologize for the delay. I'm sorry, Your Worship. You've caught me a little bit because the cost of implementing the program, the ongoing annual cost is what council should be concerned with, right? And so if on an annual basis to implement a program of this scale is $800,000, for instance, then you will have to eventually have implemented a tax increase of approximately 2.5%. That's just an example. You can spread that impact over a number of years. It just means that the program is not fully funded and fully functioning until that implementation period of tax increases has completed. So that's about as clear as an answer I can give without more specific information.
I'm just going to ask, if our engineering team wishes to answer or jump in there at any point? You don't have to. I'm just giving the offer.
Through you, Mayor, just trying to reiterate and restate what Mr. Payne raised. If the tax rate increase is phased in over 10 years, we will not be able to deliver the projects in 5 years, because by year 5 in that program, we still won't have all of the funding available. And so from our perspective, phasing it in over 10 years does not allow an implementation program over 5.
So I'm going to turn to the mover and seconder and just ask if they still wish to do that, if they were going to consider restating that as a 5-year time frame. but not required.
Yeah, if I can speak to it, and I understand completely what our Director of Finances and our Director of Engineering are saying on this. It will allow us, right now, these are Class D estimates. They're going to change, and based on certainly information coming out of Salish now, they're planning on escalating some of the costs of these 9% annually. So we have basic, what we're looking at tonight isn't, if we approve this to do it in 5 years based on what is presented in the report, it still is not absolute certainty that we are going to complete all of these projects, because we're still going to be waiting for costs to come in. And the costs we've been getting for projects, because of a lot of the additional costs, like these soil contamination and whatnot lately, are increasing. So this will allow us to move forward on this. It allows us at least to continue, if not implementing them all, designing ahead of time so that we can apply for grants. If we can obtain grant funding that will enhance what we are acquiring in funding through taxes to other funding methods, so it allows it to move forward while we refine the other portions of our budget. We don't have the feasibility and information yet on the fire hall. We haven't addressed anything with Public Works. We've still got the marina. We have a much broader context of considerations. So, but this would allow us to move forward with this, have a plan. If we can accelerate the time frame from 10 years, then I think that we were all on side that we will do that. But I think it's reasonable, as you, Mayor, said, it's somewhat unrealistic that we are going to complete these projects in 5 years. I don't believe we're going to complete them in 5 years either. So I'm quite comfortable choosing the 10 years as a starting point, basing it on that, refining the information we have, adding to it so we have a more fulsome understanding of exactly what this district is going to be looking at in debt financing over the next 10 years to 15 years, and refine our decisions as a council as we move forward with that. It's somewhat maybe disappointing. I would love to be able to give everybody everything that they want within 5 years, but I just don't think it's realistic.
Thank you. I'm just, as a first-time speaker, I'm going to go first, Councillor Appleton. To the motion that's on the floor, I am not going to support it. I would support aligning the increases to the window of the project, but I have a hard time, given what staff has said, attaching a 10-year time frame to a 5-year window if that's the piece. So I do think that it's appropriate to consider that spread. If that's a little over 1% per year over those 5 years. I think that's not great, but it's still palatable. And it also provides, I think, enough of a front end that there's staff there to do the detailed design work. We still have a lot of detailed design work to do. And I think we heard loud and clear from some of the people here. And I mean, the actual transportation guidelines, it's kind of like we talk about car infrastructure being stuck in the 50s or 60s. We have an interesting world right now where we have this multitude of different vehicles that are using these bike lanes at incredibly different speeds, at different weights, at different capacity, and I think we want to make sure that we're designing these in a way that actually meets that multi-use use over that time. So I think there is some work to do with that. I think there's been some really good points raised here. So I do think we need to front end that design work though and get it done as quickly as possible. So I'm not going to support the 10 years because I think certainly this next year, to start putting a bit of money in so we have staff to do that design work is really critical. And then I think it would effectively delay that by a year if we were to put in the 10 years. So I can't support the resolution as it is. I would support it if it was being a bit more clear to match up with the time frame. Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to take that one step further, I'm not sure that this amendment, I understand the language of the amendment, but what I've heard from staff is essentially spreading the funding out over 10 years does not allow for 5-year implementation. The motion that is on the table specifically speaks to a 5-year implementation plan. And so respectfully, what I would say, Your Worship, is that a 10-year implementation time frame is actually more in line with what's laid out as option 1 in the report. I do not believe that an amendment to the motion on the floor to spread essentially the amendment to the motion on the floor to spread out the funding over 10 years essentially negates some of the intent and some of the language of the original motion on the floor. So I'm not sure it actually lines up.
Thank you. That was, I think, the point I was making on this one, but yes, thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor Smart, and I will get to the question here quickly.
Yeah, thank you. Hearing the additional information, I won't be able to support the amendment, particularly around the fact that, well, we're all seem to be fairly in agreement of we need to do all the design up front. If we actually take 10 years to do it, the staff report was very clear in that design standards are going to change, and it's going to be almost a waste of our time to have designed it and to not implement it quickly enough. There's such an efficiency to doing the design up front and actually implementing it quickly so that our designs don't become outdated and we don't have to repeat what we just did by having to update our whole report again because we waited so long.
Thank you. I'm ready to call the question, I think, on the amendment. The amendment is to change the timeline, or to clarify the timeline, I would say. Within that, where it says taxation, but spread over 10 years is the addition. So we're all clear, we're just voting on the amendment at this point. All those in favor of the amendment? And those opposed? I have Councillor Smart, Braithwaite, Murdoch, Appleton, Watson, and Green opposed. So it fails. So we're back to the main motion as it's here. We've had discussion on it so far, but at this point, go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Your Worship, I will defer to your and also to staff's input as to how it might be integrated, but a potential amendment of the motion on the floor is to specify that the tax increase, that the funding be drawn from a tax increase and that tax increase be distributed over 5 years during the lifetime of implementation.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded.
I'll second that.
Go ahead.
Essentially, Your Worship, speaking to the desire to distribute the tax impact over the maximum time period, but keeping that distribution of taxes and that tax increase, the necessary resources within the 5-year implementation plan to fund what is in the 5-year implementation plan.
Anything, Councillor Smart?
No, I have to admit I thought that was the intentional along with the original motion, so I'm very happy to clarify this.
Anything?
Yeah, I'm going to have to vote against this, and I really hate to vote against it because I want to move the active transportation program forward, but I feel so strongly about wanting to have the sidewalk and pavement master plan in front of me as I make these decisions. So again, sadly, I'm going to have to vote against it, and I don't really want to.
This is specific to the amendment to change 5 years, okay? Councillor Green?
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate everyone's comments, and I know how difficult this is. Two things I have found that are very concerning about active transportation in Oak Bay. One is that it has become so divisive, and I'm very concerned about that. And it has played out in different forms, and I think that's very sad. The second thing is that we have not heard from a huge contingent of our population on everyone knows it's a priority, but I think tonight demonstrates that so many people have come out to speak to us. Have we done that consultation? No, we have not. Now, I know that's planned as the projects roll out, but that concerns me as well. So, unfortunately, I would also like to be able to support the motion. And my third point, is I agree with Councillor Watson. I would prefer to see a debt process rather than a taxation process, perhaps. But we haven't had that fulsome discussion with the community either, so I'm going to vote against the motion as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Watson is on the amendment.
The amendment did what again? It really just clarified the original.
5.75% increase would be spread over 5 years.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that's what I was speaking to. Yeah. So I'm actually going to support the motion, and I've been listening to the discussion, and I just a couple of comments. One, I do hear the concern, and I agree that this plan and our pedestrian and sidewalk master plan have to be an integrated plan for non-vehicular transportation in our community. But I'm satisfied enough by the initial estimate that staff are giving it as a ballpark to believe that we can do both of these things. So yes, I do want to see the plan, and clearly the community wants to be engaged, I'm sure, about how it's prioritized. But I think that that is going to happen. So I feel quite assured of that, actually. So I think it's okay to move forward with this tonight, and I will cease and desist on my pitch for debt-funded program, because I realize that that will take us into another process, which is referendum, which in this community may be a bridge too far for this particular thing right now. I think we have waited a long time, and it does behoove us to move forward on this now. I must disagree with Councillor Green. I think the community is very well aware that we have had an active transportation strategy that has been wanted and talked about for a very long time. So we got a lot of correspondence tonight, and some of the people who wrote to us are here, but not all of them are. We got many, many letters with different views, but there's, I would say, definitely awareness, beyond awareness in the community, that this plan needed to be developed and put into action, and so I will be supporting Councillor Appleton's motion.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yeah, just a clarification so that I understand my members of council around the table. When we talk about expediting this over a 5-year plan at what is provided in the report, are council meaning that they will limit within the 5 years the costs to $8 million, or that they will allow the cost, support the costs rising to whatever they may be to construct the 9 projects?
Councillor Patterson, I think those decisions are yet to come, so I don't think anybody can answer that question right now. At the end of the day, the capital budgets of these projects are all come to the specifics of the project, so we have to approve them on a case-by-case basis, and that would be subject to the design and other aspects. I don't think it's a fair question to ask of council right now. It's just, but is it to staff that you're asking that question?
Well, I think it makes it makes a difference if you're saying you have a finite amount of dollars that you're going to allocate to this, and you will do what work you can, versus you're going to do the work at whatever cost, because then it becomes quite an unknown. I'm really having trouble supporting the motion, simply because it's about cycling assets. It's not about active transportation holistically.
Thank you. Motion is on the amendment to change it to 5 years. I want to keep the discussion on that and then get to the question. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Sorry, just a quick question to staff. Would a shorter timeline limit other funding opportunities, do you think, or?
Mr. Rennick?
Through you, Mayor, the BC Active Transportation grant program, which is the one that we received the grant for McNeil, has 1 intake per year, and there are a number of communities in BC who are vying for those funds. There are also federal grant programs that we are aware of. Couldn't speculate necessarily that a shorter time frame would have an impact on grant availability, but there is 1 intake per year, and we would typically approach that grant program with our strongest project each year.
So with 9 projects, it's quite likely it could be 9 years, but there may be other grant opportunities.
I would say that is a fair assessment.
Yeah, thank you. We have right now a motion to amend. I feel like we're spending way too much time on this, given that at the end of the day, the ultimate decision comes down to a budgeting process, not here. This is a guideline, not a decision at the end of the day. So the motion right now is to essentially give direction that this would be this tax increase that's anticipated would be spread over 5 years. We're going to call the question on that. All those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Patterson, Councillor Braithwaite, and Councillor Green opposed. That carries. So the motion is now amended to include that specificity. Again, it will come back to the budgeting process. Is there any other discussion on the main motion as it's sitting here? I have one question, but go ahead. I'll go to Councillor Smart.
I just wanted to make a comment just with regards to it being a divisive subject, and I agree there's very strong opinions in the community, but I just wanted to say there's been overwhelming support both in-person and letter writing in favor of active transportation, and particularly this plan. We had 29 people speak tonight, 22 of them were in favor, and the vast majority of letters we received were in favor. So I just want to emphasize that the community, I don't want, no longer seems divided about this. The community appears to be overwhelmingly in favor of this, and I think we need to support it.
Thank you for those comments. I have a question I just want to get some clarification on. I just want to make sure that the language that's here is that funded through taxation spread over over 5 years, that does not preclude us from also having using a grant first approach to this. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor, that is correct. It would not preclude you from a grant first approach.
Right. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite, to the motion on the floor.
Thank you. Actually, I just want to make a comment as Councillor Smart did. I think it is divisive, Councillor Smart. I think that, yes, everybody here is for active transportation, but the level of active transportation that we're for can differ, and that's where we get a bit of divisiveness. And I think that that's hard for somebody like me who wants to vote for active transportation moving forward, but feels they have to vote against this because there's a piece missing for me, for my ability to make a decision. And I know I'm going to walk out of this room and I'm going to be vilified because I didn't vote for this to move forward, and that's divisive. And that's unsettling for me. I wish it wasn't that way, but it is. So I think we do have to kind of take that in and agree that there is a divisiveness within the community. But let's, around this council table, we all know that we want to move active transportation forward. But where we're at for it with each other is a little bit different, and some of us need more information, and that's all. So.
I'm not going to allow any more debate on divisiveness. I do want to just express, though, how much I do appreciate the very respectful tone, both of the people who have spoken here tonight on all sides of the issue and of council on this. I know we're dealing with details, right? And so I think, and I do want to point out that certainly the active transportation plan was adopted unanimously. We're just looking at how best to move this forward and be under the very real financial constraints that we have as a small municipality. And trying not to duplicate it where we build it, rip it up, and build it again is the piece. So I do really appreciate that tone. We have a motion on the floor in front of us. This is option 2, slightly amended, to be a bit more specific about the timelines. Is there any further discussion on this? I'm going to speak in favor of this motion. I do, on a couple of things, though, I just want to make clear, because I think we heard that there is still a lot of work to do to get those numbers attached are large, and they're attached to a AAA approach that can be quite expensive. And I think to some of the key points, right, the local knowledge of some of the lack of ability to park, are we addressing the appropriate width for and type of bike lane for the changing types of transportation that are happening? Are we addressing the needs of the schools, et cetera? I think all are really realistic and meaningful questions to ask. We still have to consider all these projects in the context of what can we afford. It is just a reality, and those discussions still have to happen. But I just want to make clear that that's not the final. That's still to come. We still have to have some of that conversation on those pieces. That being said, I think this meaningfully moves us forward, puts it into the budget, puts it into the planning stages, and allows us to acquire the resources required to actually do that detailed design work and start getting the grant applications in. We do have one just approved, and we have another one coming up shortly, and this will allow us to do this every year going forward. So I'm supportive of this motion as it stands right now. So with that, usually just hold my comments till the end. I'm ready to call the question. All those in favor and those opposed, I have Councillor Green, Patterson, and Braithwaite opposed. That carries. I don't think there's anything else we have to do with this. I think we're definitely looking for, oh, sorry.
The maze gates and
Oh, yeah, thank you. So, yeah, that's why I asked for recommendation. It's not really a motion. I just want to make sure if there's any, I'll just share my comments. So I'm on the maze gates, I'm very supportive of them being removed and having staff take care of that. I think that's long overdue, and appreciate their context on those pieces. I guess part of the reason, the other piece was the destination parking. The report speaks to removing the clothes hanger style and replacing it. I was just a little concerned about that, and I'm not sure if there's something we want to address here tonight. not so much that I think those other forms of parking are not superior in many ways, but they also, the coat hanger style provides quite a high density of parking for most bikes and allows, I think, adding more parking of different styles for different kinds of bikes is appropriate. So I'm a little worried about losing the actual total number of biking spots under that recommendation. So maybe I'll just ask staff if that's how I read the recommendation, was that if we move this forward as is, they'll look to replace the existing coat hanger styles with some of these U-bar style predominant, which are lower density. They actually, while they handle a wider range of bikes, they don't actually have the same density of bikes. So we may be in a position of actually losing bike parking totals. Mr. Rennick?
Through you, Mayor, if council leaves the decision up to staff, staff will do the best they can to make sure that the net number of bike parking spaces remains relatively consistent.
I'm hoping that we get to see it increase a little bit, but there we go. So anyway, that was the reason I wanted to make sure that we had a chance to talk about it as a group, not necessarily give specific direction, but when I read that, I was a little concerned that the points are well made, but it does risk losing some of the density of bike parking. Okay, so any other discussions on anything else related to this? Good, perfect. Yeah, so we're going to move on to the next item in the agenda. It gives everybody a chance who's here for the bike piece to stand up, have some active transportation if you can stand up after sitting for so long. We can move that forward. We're just going to take a quick 5-minute break to just stretch legs and use the bio break and so forth. So, and it's so much appreciation to everybody who's here for the later agenda items. So thank you for that. All right, I'm going to call the meeting back to order here, everyone. If I get everybody to take their seats and breathe and stretch and do all that good stuff. All right, thank you so much for your, for those of you who sat through that long discussion and public input portion. We are here at 7.2, as I call meeting back to order. The award of contracts for upland streetlights. Mr. Robertson, oh, sorry, I have it in big red letters on my notes. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. I just need to recuse myself from this item as my employer was previously hired to help with renderings for this project.
Thank you. Thank you for remembering for me. Things have a tendency to fall apart after 10 o'clock at night, I will say that. All right, so now over to you, Mr. Robertson.
Thank you. I will attempt to keep it together, even though we're past 10 here. Just briefly, you have the report before you. The report outlines the pricing of the two streetlight options. We had been directed to price both the 16 flute and 8 flute pole options. However, it turns out that as we went out, that the 12 flutes is actually the off-the-shelf option that was presented to us, and 16 would have been a custom. So that's the pricing, the alternate pricing that we received. The 8 flute pole option is a replica of one of the existing designs, except for the additional height. It is a tapered pole, whereas the 12 flute pole is not. Both have the same light fixture on top. As noted in the report, the globe is somewhat larger than existing, going from 12 inches to 16 inches. This gives us more internal lighting array options and is more to scale with the taller poles, as you see in the drawings and as was commented by the suppliers. 12, just for reference, 12 inch is the smallest size that they manufacture and 22 inch is the largest. So that's sort of the increments and where this one sits. The difference in cost between the 8 and the 12 flute poles are 110 per unit or 14,300 for the total order. And as noted in the report, the tendering process did not yield a compliant bid. We only had 2 submissions, so we worked with the closest supplier on pricing and are recommending award of the contract to 2 companies, one who will supply the poles and skirts and the other who will supply the lighting fixture, and they will work together on the product as a whole unit. And the full recommendation is in the report before you.
Thank you very much for that overview, Mr. Robertson. This is also subject to public input, so we'll get there after we have questions from council. If you're online, please raise your hand now. Are there any questions of council for staff on this matter? This is an item that's been before us a few times to get to this, to kind of give the direction on this, so I appreciate that. Well understood by this table. Is there any members of the public who wish to address us on the lighting fixtures in the uplands? Not seeing anybody in the room raising their hand or stepping forward, and nobody online. I'm quite happy to come back to this table. We have some pieces of correspondence. I want to make sure everybody's had a chance to see that.
I'll move receipt.
We'll move on to motions. Moved for receipt, moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed?
And I'll move the staff recommendation.
Moved
Second.
and seconded. Yeah, please, comments are welcome. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
I have a comment. I will support this, but I also have to express disappointment that we were not able to find a dark sky lighting solution to this. I think that, you know, and I certainly respect the heritage comments, but I was hoping that we could perhaps advance a little bit to be up with the times. So while I'm supporting it, I am disappointed.
There's got to be some sort of mix there, supporting this did or something. Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Through you, I just want to congratulate you, Mr. Robertson, and your team on a successful conclusion on this item, because it did get a little tricky and there were a lot of opinions flying around. But based on the correspondence we have, you've received accolades and thanks from key community people, and I bet you'll be glad to see the lights out on this project.
Too late for that, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to echo those comments. This has been actually quite a long and perhaps convoluted process to get here. I think what's being proposed is very attractive, and while it is not dark sky compliant, that is not for lack of trying, but finding the balance between something that really fit the character of the neighborhood and these historic values, and also is dark sky compliant, there was no match yet. So I think that this is actually a great outcome, and I'm really pleased to see this come forward to conclusion.
Okay, I see no other hands. I'm ready to call the question. We do, yeah, let's move to the staff recommendation. So staff recommendation is on the floor. This is for an 8-fluted pole with the 16-inch round. All those in favor? And those opposed? None opposed, that carries. Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Can someone grab Councillor Smart from the next room? All right, we move to, we have two procedural pieces, not entirely procedural, but adoption of bylaws that have had first, second, and third reading and public input previously. So there's no public input on these two items, but I'd like to have them read in their completion.
I'll move that, that Development Application Procedures Amendment Bylaw number 4858-2024 be adopted.
Seconded. Don't usually discussion on adoption. We'll give everybody the chance. Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? And then 8.2.
And I'll move that Planning, Building, and Development Fees and Charges Amendment Bylaw number 4859-2024 be adopted.
Seconded. Thank you. Again, had first three readings at a previous meeting. No correspondence, no other pieces. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? That carries. Thank you. Moving to Section 9, Bylaws and Permits, back to public input. We have two items on this area. The first one is a parking stall patio application. I see the applicant in the room here. I'm handing this over to Mr. Bull. Welcome. For those who don't know, Mr. Bull is our Director of Community Building and Planning. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. Short introduction. This follows on the adoption of our new sidewalk patio program from last summer. And we now have a process where patios can be reviewed by staff and licenses can be issued, except where the proposed patios extend beyond the frontage of the particular business. In that case, council has a role to play, and that's why this particular application is in front of you today. The proposed penny farthing patio includes the following features listed in the report: 26 meters long, 52 seats, a brick wall for the perimeter, and paver surface, and it is wheelchair accessible as well. For the consideration, there's a number of potential grounds for consideration listed in the report, which are from the program, whether it's letters of support from owners or occupants of neighboring properties, whether it's unreasonable impediments to foot traffic, and if it affects street parking, and a couple of other topics. And staff from different groups have reviewed this application, and there's also a list of requirements from the bylaw that have been reviewed, and the new patio does meet those guidelines and requirements. And we're here to answer any questions between myself and Mr. Rennick. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bull. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Director Bull. My first question is just with regards to other seating potentially on the sidewalk, and I understand that's not part of this application per se, but did it come up whether or not, because I know there's been concerns from the public about the distance between the resultant sidewalk width. Is there no seating now proposed on the sidewalk space, or being that that is particularly their private property, there would be seating? Could you clarify?
Yeah, through the Mayor, the proposal includes seating only on the road surface, as per the plans there on page 127. Thank you.
Thank you. I may ask the applicant, because I think there's private property as noted that there's existing tables in front of is it vis-a-vis. So perhaps you can come forward, just state your name, municipality of residence for the record, and you can perhaps just answer that question for any other seating outside of the patio. We're here looking at the patio specifically, but particularly if there's any seating that's on public property.
Thank you. It's Matthew McNeil, Victoria. So Vis-a-Vis always had the 16 seats right in front of the restaurant. And this original application allowed us to have, the temporary application allowed us to have 4 seats each in the recessed areas of the planter box, which are in the property of the pub. They're not out on public land. So we anticipated they would continue on. This application, I understand it to be for the new permanent.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Smart, anything else?
Thank you. Just one additional question, just with regards to the ability to easily dismantle in 48 hours and the permanence of building a brick wall. And I guess it was just with regards to thinking about the longer term, and this is a question for Director Bull, if, for instance, one of the other stores that this is in front of leave and a new tenant comes on board and they are not supportive of having this patio extend, does this get revisited each year? And I guess what I'm thinking about is in the long term, if one of those businesses isn't supportive, would the applicant then, have any ability to come back and say, well, it's going to be so costly for me to, revise my patio now because it's not as easy to take apart a brick wall.
Mr. Bull, I'm going to go to the staff first, then I'll come back to the applicant if he wishes. Go ahead, Mr. Bull.
Yeah, through the mayor, the program did anticipate if there were any issues with patios, there could be a reconsideration, but if not for any issues, it's basically for an undetermined amount of time. But yeah, the scenario that's been described here, I don't think it really is planned for, so it would need to be considered as it arises by staff and maybe by council. Thank you.
So I heard the answer is yes, there's a way to reconsider it, but by default, it just rolls over each and every year. So, thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Watson, and then Braithwaite.
Yes, I'd just like to follow up because Councillor Smart also asked about removability, and I wasn't clear about that looking at the structure, and I think there is language, and she seemed to be quoting it about how, if required, that the structure could be taken apart and moved for reasons of public safety or other. So if staff could just comment on that and what kind of investigation they did of that when they agreed that this was worthy of a recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Mr. Reddick, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council, the applicant is proposing essentially pavers over top of sand, and we had discussed with the applicant at the time that they submitted this design. The statement in the guidelines is that the patio must be removable within 48 hours upon notice, and staff felt that it was reasonable that you could remove pavers and sand in 48 hours given sufficient staffing and equipment, and so we felt that met the intent of the guideline.
Councillor Watson?
Yes, thank you for that. And a follow-up question about the design. Staff have also suggested in the report that there might be some way to soften the brick edge to the road. And I did wonder about that myself. The structure is appears, I mean, in the drawings and the renderings, it looks quite heavy. And I just wondered to what extent that idea had been explored with the applicant.
Let me just go to the applicant on that one. He probably is more familiar with the specifics. Go ahead.
So, without a doubt, in the past, Councillor Watson, you've seen what we've done with plants. In fact, last year, they got a bit overgrown on the sidewalk and it narrowed it. We didn't nip it in time. But we like the hanging baskets, we like the gardens, we like a lot of the potted plants that we've spent a lot of money on over the years, and that will continue, including the railing. However, we are aware that on the street side, you have to be careful about anything that's going to encroach. And on the guest side, the tables are butted up against the railing, so we can't have it hanging down too far. So, you've only got a small, at best, double width of a brick on top to have to anything grow, unless we were to choose to use the columns, because we're not lighting the top of the columns. Those lights that are suggested are on the faces angling down on the brick for safety's sake at night. So they could, again, be a potted plant on top, and it's upper, a little higher and out of the way. But we like the idea of softening it. I think we got to get there first, and no one likes to see it barren. We'll make sure it suits the rest of the avenue, and certainly the buildings that we've had in the past, and you know, had them flowered year round. Actually, we always put winter flowers in too.
Councillor
Thank you.
Watson?
Yeah, that's great.
Councillor Braithwaite?
Thank you. Both my questions were asked, so I'll pick another question to ask. I'm interested in the accessibility of the paved surface. So just can staff perhaps just talk a little bit about that and about how this surface is now going to be more accessible?
Mr. Rennick?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, our understanding, reviewing the plans and speaking to the applicant, is that the pavers will be level with the sidewalk. There are no curb cuts along the frontage, which means that essentially the sidewalk as it exists today is 6 inches higher than the paved surface where the temporary patio resides. Our understanding, and this is supported by the applicant, is that the paver surface will be level with the sidewalk.
I have Councillor Green and then Patterson.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the report, and thank you to the applicant. My only question has to do with accessibility and handicap parking on Oak Bay Avenue. Do you need to? Oh, sorry.
We need a motion to extend to 11:30. Moved and seconded. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Thank you.
Sorry. And the only reason I'm asking for, I'm waiting for a knee replacement. And so looking for handicap parking in Oak Bay right now is quite a challenge. On the avenue in that particular block between Monterey and Wilmot, there is very little. I think there's one or two, maximum, one over by the bank. Has there been any thought given to the impact of this on that issue? Now, I realize it's not a new issue, because your patio's been there a while now, but I just wondered if you'd had any feedback or inquiries from either patrons and or residents who can't find access. Thank you.
I may I may actually give this, if you wish to answer, but it's not your responsibility to provide handicap parking for the district in the village. So
no, it's not. But however, I can answer it too. After 24 years of being there, and we have that purpose-built ramped area between the bank and the building that's always been used for anyone looking for access to get inside, and we get very few people ever ask where can I park in order to get to that ramp. 70% of our business is done after 5 o'clock when most of the businesses are closed, and so there's lots of parking, but I've never been approached or asked should we get a purpose. And I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I would support it if there was one on either side of us, for sure.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Rennick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, the Streets and Traffic Bylaw gives the power to council to establish or designate certain parking spaces as disabled parking. So if there is a desire on the part of council, that order does come from the council.
But I'm going to just say it's a little outside of the scope of the discussion we're having here tonight, which is the approval of a patio. Councillor Patterson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I realize this is about approval of the patio, but it is patio that's separated from the rest of the business, and so the pedestrian pathway is through that. And just a follow-up to the question asked by Councillor Smart, if staff could clarify what the clear pathway dimension for the public through the area on the sidewalk must be maintained for accessibility?
I'm not sure if that's Mr. Rennick or Mr. Bowl.
Through the mayor, the guidelines call for a 2-meter width there, and I believe that has been verified in this case.
Getting a nod yes from the engineering department. Councillor Patterson?
2 meters. No, that is a little, that's more than was achievable until recently. in this application, there is also a request to have a fossil fuel supply to the heaters on the patio installed under the public sidewalk. And so I'm wondering about the agreement that the district has. Is it a three-party agreement with the district, the leasee, and the owner of the building?
I don't know if that's, sorry.
Sorry,
Mr.
Councillor
McNeil.
Patterson, Your Worship, that's been changed to just the removable tanks. It limited the seating in terms of flexibility for groups, so we no longer are requesting to run one under the patio.
Thank you.
So then that simplifies it. Thank you so much for that information. So then with the installation, which is a little larger, and not that I am in any way inferring that the business will be anything other than the success it has been for many years, but will it be a tri-party agreement? So does it include the district, the owner of the property, and the leasee of the property, or is it simply between the district and the leasee?
Thank you for the question. Staff? The question was just the nature of the agreement. Is this an agreement given here to the owner of the business or to the owner of the building, or is it all three that are a part of this agreement? Mr. Bull?
Yeah, I would need to check the bylaw for this, but the license runs with the business, I believe, so we would anticipate it set up the way that if the business were to move or terminate for some reason, then the license would also fall away.
Yeah, and the owner is indicating that the agreement is his. You have it.
It's mine. At the time we owned the building, when this all started with the temporary patio, we had both responsibilities, but now it falls to the licensee, which is us.
Go ahead.
Sorry, and so then just further clarification on that, if for some reason, and these are kind of about the policy on this itself, but would the recourse, if there had to be restoration, that wasn't done by the business, would that then fall to be the responsibility of the district and then seeking recourse with the business operator, or does it go back to the owner of the property?
I'm not sure we can answer that question in the meeting here, but we can try. Mr. Bull, do you know the answer to that question?
Through you, Mayor, I don't have that handy right away, but we could look at the bylaw. I got it on the screen here and maybe answer it later. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm just going to point out, it's the same policy for all patios, so not so much specific to this one application, but I take the point that it's a point of interest to have. Any other councillor? Well, that's the last person on my speakers list, I think. So don't hear any other questions. I think we're okay at this point. We're just going to go to motions. So I need to get public input, and then I can come back to you at the end of that.
Thank you.
Is there anybody, members of the public, who wish to talk to council on this matter? Yeah, please come forward, Mr. McNeil. I'm going to ask you to step aside and let. I recognize Mr. Cowden from the Business Improvement Association. He did write a letter, I believe, as well on behalf of the BIA. But welcome. Maybe just state your name. State your name for the record.
Now it's on. Okay, my name is Martin Cowden. I live in Salish, and I represent the Oak Bay Business Improvement Association. I did write a letter, and I spent some time reflecting on this because it is an important issue. It's right in the gem of our village. It's in the heart of it, and it's a significant ask. But that location reflects what would be a city square environment in any other community, but we don't have a city square. That's a meeting place, a collective place for people from throughout our community, our district, as well as beyond. It's a very important gathering place. It adds a great deal of vitality and liveliness to the avenue in a very appropriate way. And I would speak in favor on behalf of the BIA that be included. I could have read my notes, but I didn't. The patio facilitates vibrance, life, and vitality. The pub and this patio serves as a focal meeting place on the avenue. It's like a town square. We recognize that not everyone will agree with this proposal. But however, we firmly believe on balance, the benefits far outweigh any drawbacks. The Oak Bay Village BIA encourages you to accept the Penny Farthing's proposal. And it's a delightful place. It's unfortunate that there isn't greater separation between the street and the licensee, but it's the best that we have on the avenue, and it's well worth keeping. I encourage you to accept the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cowden. Is there anybody else from the public who wishes to address council on this matter? Seeing nobody online or in the building, I'll come back to this table. Can I have a motion
Move
to
to
receive?
seat.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. This is we do this for every motion, just so we formally receive the reports into the record so that they form part of our formal record.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Moved and seconded. So this is both parts, that the parking stall patio application be approved and that they be approved to open in its current configuration until such time as the permanent is installed before September. Okay, both parts together. Any further discussion? Councillor Appleton.
I'll be very quick, Your Worship. I think it's important to just make a couple of points really quickly. I agree wholeheartedly that this facility is providing vibrancy to the village, and it sort of gives an idea of what a town square could look like and what that additional vibrancy could look like in the village. And when we do our village master plan or village plan, it speaks to that. The other thing that I want to take the point of mentioning is that, and it bears repeating, that it was only as recently as when COVID came along and hit the community in the face that we had to contemplate being able to do these types of structures in the first place. And that's not that long ago. Staff had to do a lot of heavy lifting to do the temporary patio program. And now this is the first one that's coming through with the revised, up-to-date, permanent patio program. And I think it bears repeating that there was a ton of heavy lifting on the part of staff to get us to these design standards and to this point. So I just want to say thank you to staff for that. We move forward, and especially with things like accessibility standards and the new patio being accessible and just that much more welcoming, I guess, in that sense, and having those standards be built into our new bylaw. All of these things are really positive. So it is technical in nature, but a very positive outcome.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And while I will support this, I appreciate all the comments that have been made about it bringing vitality, but there are many months of the year when it is basically a storage facility that utilizes public space. And I always take, with great consideration, privatization of public space, because it doesn't really create a public space for all members of the community. It is really a pay-to-play public space in that respect. I also, in view of the fact that it has only been recently that this district has joined other districts in having an accessibility committee, and I think that there are challenges to that block, not necessarily created simply because of the patio, but the nature of the streetscape itself. And so hopefully arising out of this, we will also take it further and have the accessibility committee review that the public, the real public space that is not a paid to go to, but the rest of the public space and the accessibility parking that is on the street, so that we can also incorporate that into making it a better environment for all members of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Don't see other comment. Hands poking up, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. You have your patio. Congratulations. We move on to the... You may, Mr. McNeil. Just be short, brief, because we have other things.
In the interest of time. My wife, Wendy, and I want to thank you very much. All the staff who worked on this through the temporary portion. To echo your comments, Councillor Appleton, I understand, and very gracious of you to even consider us putting it back temporarily as of 45 minutes from now, and being able to use it until we can get our crew back together and starting. Anyways, very grateful for it all, and we look forward to a successful start with it. So thank you again.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 9.2. Oh, Mr. Bull?
Excuse me, Mayor. We're just debating whether the motion that was just approved also included the continuation of the existing.
Yes, I
that we
clarified
did.
that. I
Thank you.
included both. All right, so moving on to item 9.2, a zoning amendment and development variance permit for 2199 Lansdowne Road. We have some correspondence that has come in on this, but we also, I think, have some members of the public in the room as well. So same process as before. We're going to have a brief introduction. We'll have questions of council. We'll have access for the public. The applicant's here. Thank you. And we'll probably have some questions that are directed towards you. Mr. Stravik, I believe you're providing the introduction.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and councillors. Item 9.2, Council is being asked to consider an application for rezoning and development variance permit for the property located at 2199 Lansdowne Road. The purpose of these applications is to facilitate a 2-lot subdivision to be built out with a total of 5 units, with 4 net new units being created. Council passed a motion on the 11th of December 2023, which listed 3 conditions to be fulfilled prior to considering first reading of a rezoning bylaw. Since that time, the applicants have worked to fulfill these conditions by submitting a new landscape plan prepared by a landscape architect, which meets the tree protection bylaw canopy coverage requirements, by revising the architectural design of the proposed duplex building, and by submitting a payment of a $15,000 community amenity contribution to the district in accordance with Council's community amenity contribution policy. As staff believe that Council's conditions have been met, zoning bylaw amendment bylaw number 4858 is now being presented to Council for consideration, along with a draft development variance permit to facilitate the proposed development. This draft zoning amendment bylaw also includes certain changes to the RD1 duplex zone pursuant to Council's December 11th resolution, including a change which would permit secondary suites in legal duplexes throughout the district. The applicant, Joseph Kalenda, is in the room and wishes to speak to the application if there is an opportunity to do so. And that's all. Thank you.
Certainly, yeah, no, we normally allow the applicant to speak if they wish to on this, so if the applicant wishes to come forward, you're more than welcome. I would encourage you to keep your comments reasonably brief, and we'll get to questions, and you can elaborate if there's questions that arise, just in the interest of, I appreciate you having been very patient, being here this long, but we still want to get out of here at a reasonable time, reasonable-ish.
Your Worship and Council, my name is Joe Kalenda. I'm the applicant of record. I live 4 blocks to the west and north of our corner site at 2199 Lansdowne. So certainly I encourage you to approve the recommendations tonight, but I just want to talk about a timeline moving forward. So assuming we get adoption tonight, our next step will be to secure our PLA letter of subdivision, and that's essentially a statement of conditions of all the things that have to be done on-site and off-site before we can actually create and register these 2 lots. Our next step after that will be to apply for our building permit. And once we get our building permit, we can actually start building houses. And my estimate, for the benefit of the neighbors who may be listening, my estimate is that we will not be in a building permit stage for about 10 months. I hope I'm optimistic. I hope we can start sooner than 10 months, but I believe it'll be 10 months before we can break ground and start building houses. So thank you in advance for your support, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Why don't you stay there in case there are questions directed at you. So I'll turn to members of council. Are there questions? Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question, maybe to staff first, and then maybe the applicant. But I can see the much improved or enhanced landscape plan, so I really appreciate that that's come back. My question is not about the trees in the plan, because I understand those trees are now basically required under the tree canopy requirements and specified. It's about the rest of the planting plan, which is quite rich. And I wondered to what extent the full plan is actually checked against the actual installation post-construction. Do we have any control over the non-tree elements of the plan?
Mr. McStravick?
And I asked the question because it's a lovely plan, and I think it will make a huge enhancement to the site compared to what's there now, and I just wondered if we really know we're going to get what's offered.
Mr. McStravick?
Thank you. Through your worship, one of the requirements of the district's development procedures bylaw is that landscape plans for such developments should be prepared by a registered landscape architect. And part of the reason for that is so that we have reliable cost estimates for landscape bonding, which is a standard step that we'll go through to ensure that the planting that ends up being done is reflective of the plan that we have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to be clear, though, there's no capacity to enforce that over time. There's those garden changes are done without permits after the initial installation. Mr. McStravick?
That is correct.
Councillor Braithwaite?
Thanks very much. And this is through you to staff. In your report, you do have on page 5 of your report, it says, moreover, extensive consultation on Oak Bay's infill housing strategy indicated broad support for infill projects in the district. In addition, the recently announced changes to the provincial legislation anticipate lots of this size being pre-zoned for 4 to 6 units each, depending on the availability of transit services. And my question is, when they say anticipated lots of this size, are they talking the size of the original lot or after it's subdivided?
Mr. McStravick?
Thank you. Through your worship, the answer is both, actually. The minimum lot size for the 4-unit threshold under the new legislation is something in the order of 3,000 square feet, which the new lots will be larger than. And if I could just clarify the second part of that sentence related to up to 6 units where there's sufficient transit service. Since the time this was drafted, we have learned from BC Transit that there are, I think, no transit stops in Oak Bay which meet that frequency threshold. So it would be a maximum of 4 units.
Thank you. And through you again, Tamir. So really those 2 lots, once they're subdivided, there's nothing stopping 4 units from going on each lot. Is that correct?
Through your worship, that's almost correct. Approval of sorry, any development on the lots, including what they propose today or anything else in the future, would be subject to development permit control for residential form and character, as this is in the infill residential development permit area. So should this rezoning bylaw be approved, a subsequent staff report will be brought forward likely at council's next meeting to approve the development permit for residential form and character. So after we implement the province's 4 units density rezoning later this year, a development permit would then be the only approval step necessary for 4 units in the future. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff or applicant? Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Through you to staff, was there any discussion about providing below market rentals on, in particular, the 2 suites with the applicant? As we know, one of the goals of the housing legislation is about affordability. So I just wondered if below market rental, that issue was discussed with the applicant. Thank you.
Mr. McStravick?
Thank you. Through your worship, I don't recall having a discussion specifically about affordable housing in this case.
Yeah. I think there is, the provincial program applies to new builds as well, does it? So if someone wishes to get a $40,000 helper, then they are obligated to provide it below market. That's a provincial program, and I believe it applies to new builds as well as existing. Mr. McStravick? Is correct?
Through the specific grant program you're referring to, I wouldn't want to quote the details of it. I'm not sure. Sorry.
I think the owner is familiar with the program and has indicated. So if that was their desire, they could do that. I don't think. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to staff, could you please remind me if for secondary suites in Oak Bay where there is no parking, if there is a requirement to have an electrical connection or outlet out external so that it would service whether it be e-bikes or what other every other form of e-transportation is coming along. Is that required here?
Mr. McStravick?
Thank you, through your worship. The bylaw does require that we have electric vehicle charging ports out there. For e-bikes, I'm not sure, but e-bikes are typically just a standard residential outlet, so, yeah.
Sorry, I have Councillor Smart and then Councillor Braithwaite for a second time.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor, perhaps a question more for the applicant. I was just wondering with regards to the 6-meter driveway width for the single-family house, but the 7-meter driveway width that then requires a variance for the duplex. Was there a possibility or consideration towards narrowing the expanse of pavement for the duplex, similarly as for the single-family house? Just wondered if that was considered or a possibility.
Through you, Your Worship. Councillor, we certainly considered it, but the product that we want to build and offer to the market, we think the 7-meter driveway is a little bit more amenable to what we're trying to appeal to. Okay.
Councillor Braithwaite for a second time.
My question was around the 7-meter driveway as well, because that's a 54% increase over what is allowed within the bylaw. So, and I know that we all have concern about climate change, etc. And so to me, a 7-meter driveway seems quite a bit larger than what perhaps is needed in that location. I guess that's a comment.
More comment than a question. Okay, thank you. I don't see other questions at this time of the applicant, so I'm happy to take anybody online who wishes to make any comments or ask questions. This is the chance to raise your hand within the app. If you've called in using the 855 number, the process is just to hit *9. That is not #9, it is *9 to raise your hand. I think if at least one person in the room wishes to speak, so thank you. It's exactly the same process as we had before. So name.
Thank you. Dan Mooney. I reside at 2199 Allenby Street, which is 3 blocks immediately south of this project. I was going to say good morning, but it's not quite there yet. I want to speak in favor of the variances, including the driveway. And just looking back at the alternative transportation plan that we endorsed, or you endorsed, Lansdowne is actually designated as a multi-purpose corridor through there, and I think having a 7-meter wide driveway actually allows the proponents to park 4 vehicles, 2 wide in tandem on the lot, and I think in the fullness of time that may prove to be quite beneficial for both them and for the achievement of the multi-purpose lane that's proposed on Lansdowne. So with that, I'd just like to say as a neighbor, I think I didn't have the benefit of seeing the earlier designs. I take you at your word that the current plans are better than what they were, but I looked at the current plans and they certainly look very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. Are there members of the public who wish to come forward and address council? Welcome.
Hello, my name is Marcelo Lacan. I'm a resident of Norfolk Bay. I'm supposed to be brief because I wrote a careful letter. I haven't seen it in the...
We'll check to make sure that we've got it here.
Yeah, and I also look at the letters you have there under the link, and there are several letters that I know of because my neighbors shared them with me and told me that they send them.
So if it's not in here, we haven't seen them.
Okay. I mailed it on the 12th.
No, it's Richard. It's sorry, is it? No.
No, it's not. If you click on the link that appears in the application, my letter's not there, and the letters of several of my neighbors who send them anytime between December and last week are not there. You only have there the letters that appeared since last week. I consider this. Since we are here now, because this wasn't decided in December, and you gave us the opportunity to voice our opinion through the process of writing careful letters, and those letters are not here now, I consider this a serious issue.
Thank you for bringing it to our attention. Certainly, we did have those letters last time we were considering the matter. So at the end of the day, procedurally correct, but I appreciate that the comment is that those comments are not being reflected here in this current last batch. So council has the ability here to consider whether or not to consider the application, perhaps ask for those correspondence. But is there anything you wish to say here tonight?
I'm not sure I understood what you said first.
Okay, hold on a second. Actually, I need a motion just to extend the meeting one more time. Appreciate some members of council may just have to go with it.
I'll move, we extend
I'm thinking 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
So seconded, moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Yes. If people do have to leave, I do understand this is getting very late. So sorry, all I was saying was that council did receive the earlier letters. That being said, council may choose to either defer or make sure that we have those letters back before any final adoption is done.
Yeah.
That being said, you're here tonight, so if you wish to address us, this is a good chance to do it.
My first comment is reflects these missing letters is that I am disappointed with the way this process has been carried out. I can no longer explain it as mistakes and perhaps unintended coincidences. I am appalled at the way this has been carried out, the process itself. I didn't prepare a lengthy presentation because I did prepare a careful letter. And I will try to send it to you again. But it is something that I expected was going to be considered before the meeting, not after the meeting. Apart from my reservations about the process, how this process has been carried out, in which there has been a systematic avoidance of public input.
Explain, because I think it's an accusation. I just want to make sure that you were very clear about
I used these words the
requirements.
last time I was here, and I repeat them today.
So I'm just going to just so you know our process here. I think it's important. We've developed a procedures bylaw for land use applications. They are shifting a bit because we are moving from a time where we would have required public hearings for things like this in the past, and the legislation provincially has shifted so that we cannot have those public hearings where things are in alignment, and it's by default in alignment given the new legislation requirements from the province. So legislatively, we cannot have a public hearing. We still, however, feel it's important to have public input, and so this is the opportunity to have the public input, and the variance process does allow also for public input. I apologize if the letters are not carried over. It's not an intentional slight, but there is chance for public input. In this case, multiple times for the application.
Thank you. My statement that there has been an avoidance of public consultation is not directed to council. Council, on the contrary, has made it possible for us to submit letters and come here and speak. So in no way I am putting that on council. But it is a fact that I thought very carefully. I read Bill 44, I read the official community plan, and I read all the bylaws with all the numbers. And I made careful considerations in a letter that is now missing. So please register my disappointment. And I should say also that of my neighbors, two of whom had to leave because it is very late. And they have statements and they send letters, and their letters are not here either. In the absence of public consultation, which I understand the province is not interested in because they want to move densification, then something like a technical report becomes the only information that you get. And without a discussion of that technical report, you and your worship and council may be misled to making mistakes in your decision, because the technical report is based on an official community plan that is not a document. It's not a document to check. It's not a bylaw. It is a policy document. And just as much as a technical report says that this proposal conforms with the technical report, I can argue, as I did in my letter, that it doesn't. I'm not going to repeat all my arguments here because I don't want to use all your time. But I register my disappointment with the process and with some of the assertions in the technical report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So OCPs are technically bylaws, but they are, I take your comments here that you're reflecting that you're not getting the, please come forward. Go ahead, Ms. Williams.
Hi, thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering for clarification if the individual's letter that he's referring to was dated in January? Yes, that was provided to council on January the 15th via email. It's a typed letter.
I think the point here is that there's not all the correspondence is sitting here in front of us again tonight. So if we don't remember that specific letter, then it wouldn't have been in front of us. So.
Yeah. Yeah. May I point out?
Sorry, can you just say your name and municipality?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Reference?
Yeah. My name is Mike Starcevic. I'm right across the street. There are some letters that even were mailed to you registered. And I'm really so disappointed that not even you're not aware even of this particular letter. You know. Yeah. And you know, as I said, at least 10 letters came straight to the point. I'm really surprised and disappointed. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm going to ask the question on that. Do you know, I'm sorry, Mr. Marshall, just ask, were those submitted back when this originally came to council back in January? Is that the?
But
I'm just asking the question. I want to know if they didn't arrive at all, or if they've.
Yeah.
If I may, since the decision to
speak up. Yeah.
Since the decision was in December to move this proposal later. I didn't know when it was going to be in the agenda because it only gets put in the agenda a week before. So I submitted my letter in January.
Okay.
Other letters have been submitted before me in December. There were at least 2 or 3 in January, maybe 3 or 4 in December. And what I noticed is that the only ones you have on file now are the ones that came in last week after the notice was received.
Anybody else? Sorry, Councilor Braithwaite, do you want to ask it?
Yeah,
Keep it on top of it, please.
Yeah, I just want to ask a question around that because I'm feeling very bad that these letters aren't included in the package because it would alleviate some concern from the residents, I think, to have those included. I understand that probably we received them before, but that was in January. It's now April almost, and so I don't remember receiving that letter. I don't remember reading that letter. It would have been good to have it to remind me in the package, and so I'm wondering what we can actually do about that and whether or not we owe it to the residents to postpone this until we can actually read these letters again.
So I'm going to take that as, council has the will, can do that if they feel like it's important to go and have that. There's also is this for 3 readings and adoption in one seating? So there's an option of doing this part way and coming back, or just, obviously if there's any direction for change, then that would interrupt the process and we could ask that the past correspondence be included in the future. I'm going to treat the application as it stands right now, and if there's a desire to see some additional input, then, or to have that correspondence come back, then I'll take that as a direction. I'd like to get through as many questions as we have here today as possible, at least, so we have any, if there is direction to go, we can give that direction here tonight. If there's a desire or feel the need that we have to have that correspondence before we make a decision, we can take that either as a partway through or as you mentioned, a referral to a future meeting. Are there additional sort of members? I've still had having public input at this point, so I appreciate this has complicated things a little bit with the public input. Go ahead. Same process before. Name, municipality.
My name is Marilyn Starcevich. I own a house in Oak Bay, very close to where this project is proposed. I am not good at this, so please excuse me. I understand that the BC government is making lots of changes. They aren't necessarily the best changes for citizens. So I would have to say, obviously, this builder wants to divide this lot into two. My husband and my lot is exactly the same size as this lot. I would not dream of dividing it into two. It's, they want to do that. And on top of that, the buildings they want to build, they have to make variances to make those buildings actually fit. Fine if they make a duplex and they make their two lots. Why is it then that they also have multiple variances so that this can actually happen? If there are bylaws that should be met, why are we making changes to bylaws to fit a duplex and another house and a total change to our neighborhood? I would have to say that my husband and I also wrote a letter. Our street, I find, is very individual. Our block, we have block parties. Our daughter has a child. It's a neighborhood. This is making it into an apartment building. We don't live in an apartment area. It's disheartening to see this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and I do appreciate it is hard to come and speak in a public space like this, so we try and be as welcoming as possible. And again, I'll just express my appreciation to the members of the public who just listen respectfully to these comments as well. Go ahead.
I'm on already. So my name's Audrey Bailey, and I live in Oak Bay as well for many, many years. So all I want to say is please read Marcello's letter. I just had a chance to read it on Saturday, and it's very thoughtful, respectful, and well-researched. So please read his letter.
Thank you for that comment. Any other members of the public who wish to talk to us at this time? All right, I'll come back to this table then. Are there additional questions from members of council to members of staff? No questions, but go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite. Oh yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, and it's to through you, Mayor, to perhaps the applicant, but also to Mr. Strivik, and that is, I think I heard the applicant say earlier that there may be no construction done for at least 10 months. I just wondered what the rationale for that delay was. Thank you.
Welcome back. Oh.
Well, yeah, perhaps I'll go first, if I may, Your Worship. Mr. Calenda was referring to the subsequent steps that would have to occur if the rezoning was approved. As I mentioned a few moments ago, there would also be a development permit for council yet to approve. And then there's the subdivision process, which does take a period of months. Subsequent to subdivision, there's then the building permit process, which can also take a couple of months, depending on our workload. So I think that's what he was referring to, just the application processing time.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to fully understand the delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Yes, I mean, I really feel strongly that we should have those other letters in front of us. I've searched my emails. I can't seem to find exactly what I'm looking for, I don't think. And again, I don't remember the content of that letter. I think even though I'm pretty sure I know how this vote is going to go, I think it's just common courtesy for us to be able to read those letters prior to going and making a decision around this application. So I would like to know if it's a motion that I have to make to defer this, or what the process would be.
Sure. I think the motion would be probably to either defer or refer. I always seem to get them mixed up. I'm not sure if, yes, Mrs. Boyd is online.
I'm
Poor
still
Ms.
awake.
Boyd.
Thanks. Is a motion to postpone to either the next meeting, and then we can attach the correspondence that was received, and it's the council's decision on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Just for my clarification, if it's moved and a motion to postpone is moved and seconded, they would have to name the meeting, correct? It would have to be to the next regularly scheduled council meeting. Is that the appropriate language?
Yes, you can schedule it to a time in the future. Yes.
Thank you. And my other question is that debatable? Is a motion to postpone debatable?
No.
Okay, so if the motion is made, if it's seconded, then I will call the question on the motion to postpone.
So I'll make a motion to postpone till the next
Regular scheduled council meeting. Would be the only appropriate
Second.
use. Moved and seconded. We do not debate these, so I'm going to just call the question. And just for clarification, if this passes, I'm going to turn to staff, and it sounded from Ms. Boyd that would be possible. I just want to confirm if it passes that this would return with, because usually postponing doesn't change anything in the interim, but we could return with a postponement to include all previous correspondence that came in for the last time as well. That's not a problem. I'm getting a nod from staff. Oh, thank you, Ms. Boyd. I feel like I should, it's just for the record, Ms. Boyd is brand new with us, so this is her introduction to council meetings is staying up to the wee hours of the night on the first meeting. It seems to be a curse of our first meeting for administrative people is always like this late nights. So I'm going to call the question then. So whether the motion here is to postpone this discussion to the next regularly scheduled council meeting, which would be 2 weeks. Oh, probably a bit more. No, probably 2 or 3 weeks from now. So all those in favor of postponement? And those opposed? I have Councillor Patterson, Smart, Watson, and Appleton opposed. That fails. So we're going to deal with this tonight. So I'm looking for we've had a motion. Have we had a motion to receive the report yet? Moved and seconded. I'll just kind of call the question on the receipt of the motion then, receipt of the report. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed for receipt. Go ahead, Councillor Watson. Sorry, I had Councillor Watson first. We have to do them in order if that's the will. So I have to actually just make it just for the record because there's a typo in this. It says bylaw number 4858. It actually has to read 4853. So when you read it into the record, it has to, you can do first and second reading together, and then we'll have debate at second reading. So just move first and second reading at 4853.
So I'd like to move that council give first and second reading to zoning bylaw amendment number 4853, 2024.
Is there a seconder?
A second.
Moved and seconded, okay. Thank you. So that is live on the floor for discussion. Councillor Watson, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, I moved the motion because I support the application, and I do respect the comment from the public that not all the correspondence is in front of us tonight, but I am aware of that letter. We do get things from time to time, and I was able to look at it again this evening while we were sitting here. We've received a wide range of input over the course of this application, coming before various committees, advisory design panel, as well as council a couple of times. And I feel that I have sufficient comfort with a good development application, which will do exactly what we're being asked to do in this community, which is increase the density in our residential neighborhoods. I do think this is gentle densification. I think Lansdowne Road and that particular corner is a great spot to do this because it gives us 2 driveway accesses to create homes. There's a beautiful landscape proposed. The replacement building that creates 4 units is attractive. I dare say it's a lot more attractive than the house that's been sitting there for many years. And to be able to show this as a model or an exemplar or one opportunity to do this in our community, I think is the right thing. And it's time for us to move forward. By June the 30th, we're going to have to move forward with all these applications. So I think it's a great opportunity to sort of try one right now with the proposal that we've been given. So that's my motivation.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship. So just a procedural question. I'm just wondering, to address the concerns that council have expressed, but then also to signal council's, I guess, willingness to entertain the project in its current form. I'm just wondering whether or not we do in fact have to go through all of the readings and adoption at this meeting, or whether or not we might be able to proceed through second reading, have it come back to a subsequent meeting for third reading and adoption, accompanied by the information that other councillors have expressed that they would like to see.
Procedurally, that is absolutely supportable. However, I'm not, I want to just make sure I'm clear, because I don't think I can do a call to postpone twice. So I guess the question here would be I'm not sure what the motion would be, if after second reading we wish to have it come back for a third and adoption. Ms. Boyd, we've kept you awake a very long time, and now you're having to answer some complicated procedural questions. Oh, and I think I need to extend this meeting for another 10 minutes if we're going to get there.
So this is my first with the no public hearing.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna
So a
ask
first for everything.
Ms. Boyd, just gonna hold it a second. I actually do need to have a motion to extend, because I think we called it to attend to. So.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
So we're gonna extend for 10 more minutes. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? All opposed, but not actually voting opposed. Ms. Boyd?
Thank you. And Selena, you may be able to help me on this one as well, please. I haven't done a motion without a public hearing yet, or a bylaw reading, sorry. You can do your bylaw readings past practice whenever you'd like to stop, and then carry on until council so chooses. Selena, can you confirm that with me on this new Bill 44 stuff, 46?
Ms. Williams, it may relate to that. It may just relate to procedure bylaw, whether, what possible motion I would look at to stop there, if that was the will of council.
Thank you, Your Worship. So if I'm hearing you right, there's a consideration of going to second reading and then perhaps postponing or deferring the item to a future meeting for consideration of third and adoption, which is entirely within your purview under the procedure bylaw, as well as under the new legislation, as Ms. Boyd had asked for confirmation on.
So, Councillor Appleton, what would be the language that if Councillor Appleton wished to move that would look like? Assuming this is so that it's going to wait until after the second reading is called, I think, at that point. So what would be the motion if this goes to first and second reading? I'm asking, going a little bit out of order here, but just for our clarification.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. It would be the same as Mrs. Boyd had offered earlier, that consideration of the bylaw by its name be postponed to the April the 8th meeting until such time the council can receive the correspondence received since the last meeting.
Okay, so I'll consider that after second reading is first and second reading is considered. So right now we have a motion on the floor for first and second reading of this bylaw. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, I just wanted to motivate seconding this staff recommendation. I empathize very much with the frustration that the residents have expressed. I was easily able to find that letter and all the other letters, and I had, as I'm sure everyone around this table has carefully read all of those letters, and I don't believe that it's going to change the outcome of the decision-making at this table, and I don't think drawing this out is really going to benefit anybody. This particular project, the site is very large. I feel the subdivision is very supportable, and I feel like the variances within those subdivided projects are very supportable under the OCP and under our current directive to make more homes for people in our neighborhood. These are going to be additional places for people to live, and we really need that right now. I think it's really important, and I think that our community needs to see that we're supporting creating more homes for people in our neighborhood.
Thank you, Councillor Smart. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks so much, Mayor. I really struggle with this because I agree that we're in a housing crisis and we need to have more housing. But my question is this the correct kind of housing? Because when I look at the lot and I look at it going, an RS4 is supposed to be 948 meters squared. This is asking to be 651 meters squared, which is basically 68% of what is supposed to be in that zone. And I worry that if every house along that street does that, then how does that look and how does that fit into our OCP? Do I think that there should be a fourplex on this piece of land? Yes, but in its entirety, not in a subdivided state. So I want to support housing, but I don't want to support this particular subdivision because I think it takes just that little bit away from what it's going to do for the community. I think it's going to affect that community and the aspect of that community, the look of that community, quite a lot. And I would really prefer just to see a fourplex on the one larger lot. And I think that they could build something really quite nice there and have it much more livable. And so I sadly have to vote against this motion, like I did last time.
Councillor Braithwaite, any other discussion? Councillor Green?
Thank you, and I appreciate all the comments, and I appreciate the fact that you've waited for so long this evening. I apologize for that. I also want to say that I don't feel this is, I totally support density, but what I am also, there's another part of the equation. There's density and then there's affordability, and those two need to come together. This will not be an affordable project for,
We're just going to keep comments from the, if you can.
this will not be an affordable, these will not be affordable units to bring young families, single people, working people, nurses, teachers into the community. I don't believe it will be. I've looked at the average rent in Oak Bay, first of all, and according to my research today, Oak Bay is 22% higher than the national average for rents, and rents have gone up 31% between last year and this year. And so I thought one of the really attractive features of a development like this would be to offer some below market rents on those two suites. I think that would be a tremendous asset and bonus to this project. But there is no affordable housing in this project. And I'm quite sure that by the time the house and the duplex are built, they will be upwards of $2 million. And I can tell you that because on a street near me, we have a single cottage on slab, and it's on the market. It's under 2,000 square feet, barely, and it's on the market for over $3 million. We have another house on Windsor. It's a thin house. I would call it a narrow house. It has been on the market for a very long time. It's still on the market at 2.6. So I'm really concerned about that, and I feel that for me, I want to support this project, but I want to support an affordable project as well. I want it to have the elements that this province is talking about. And that is, the only way we're going to bring people into our community is if we make housing accessible. And I'm worried that this will not be accessible for a great number of people. So I'm sorry, I didn't support it the last time either, and I'm not going to support it this time. If there had been affordable housing components and below market rental plans in this proposal, I would have reconsidered. Thank you.
Councillor Green, I have a motion on the floor here. Any other discussion on the motion? First and second reading. Councillor Smart, I think you've already spoken to it once. I'm just cognizant of time here. You know, I'm prepared to support the first and second reading. I think it's important that, I think it meets enough of the criteria here that we should move it forward. However, I am hoping that there is a motion to just refer this to the next meeting. I do feel like, I really do find that the comments and context from neighbors is often really valuable. And I don't remember, my recollection of that is that we took some of that feedback last time and asked for some changes, but I don't feel comfortable. I don't have the freedom to sit and read. So I'm going to support the first and second reading. I think it has enough merit to move that forward. I do believe I'll support it all the way through, but I do want to have a chance to read the thing. So I'm hoping there is a motion to allow us to do that. So that's my comments. Any other discussion on the first and second reading at this time? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Braithwaite and Green opposed. Thank you. Councillor Appleton, you indicated you were interested in making a motion to...
I was asking from a procedural perspective, Your Worship. So I'm comfortable actually moving forward on this right now. But if another councillor wished to do so, they could put that forward.
I think since we discussed it, I don't mind giving the chance, but I think we may have already
I would make
this.
the motion to move it, to postpone until April 8th.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, there's no discussing a postponement. Give people time to take a breath and think about that. Okay, motion is on the floor there's no debate, so I have to just motion to postpone. All those in favor? And those opposed for postponement? I have Councillor Patterson, Smart. Sorry, I don't know if you heard that. Watson, Appleton, Smart, Patterson, opposed, that fails, so we're back to the main motion. So I need someone to read third reading then. A third reading and, can we do third reading and adoption together?
I will move that
I'll
council.
just, out of safety, just do third reading. Yeah, do third
Do them
reading.
separately. I will move that council adopt zoning bylaw, give third reading to zoning bylaw amendment bylaw number 4853, 2024.
Moved and seconded. Can I interrupt this for a motion to extend?
For a minute.
5 more minutes, please. Is there a mover and a second for 5 more minutes? I don't want to, this would be a shame for losers. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? So I have a motion for third reading at this point. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Green and Braithwaite opposed. And then looking for a motion to adopt.
I move that council adopt zoning bylaw amendment bylaw number 4853, 2024.
Moved and seconded. Don't need debate on adoption. All those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Green and Braithwaite opposed. Then we have one more, which is the approved. You can read out the.
Yes, I move that council approve development variance permit DVP 00134 to reduce the minimum front setback, contextual setback, driveway width, and duplex open space requirements for the property located at 2199 Lansdowne Road.
Moved and seconded. Discussion, debate. I think we probably talked to the overall discussion on this matter as all one piece. I'll call the question then. All those in favor and those opposed? Councillor Green and Braithwaite opposed. That carries. That concludes our work here on this item, I believe. Anything else, staff? I think we're probably okay to leave the 2 notices of motions for the time being. I'm happy we have 3 minutes left. Certainly the first, they're both fairly straightforward, but certainly the first one we've had a chance to have a look at and has a bit more time sensitivity. I'm going to try this. Councillor Smart, do you want to just throw this? I'll read it aloud. The staff provide an analysis of the resources and steps required for the district to join the new e-kick scooters pilot project being offered through Ministry of Transportation. Moved, seconded. Do we need any debate on this? Discussion? I think your motivation is clear.
I think people probably had a chance to read my motivation. This is simply to ask staff to go back and give us a report. I think it's just really important that we consider how feasible this is.
All right, all those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed? That report will come back. No, well, that report will come back at some point in there. I think they're talking in a few months, a couple of months time. I've got 2.5 minutes left here. Why don't you read your motion, and if we run out of time, we'll run out of time.
I move that the mayor write a letter to the chair of the Board of Education for School District 61 asking them to reinstate the police school liaison officer positions in the district.
Second.
Move in second. This may not be as straightforward, so I'll go ahead and motivate if you wish.
Sure. I just wanted to bring this motion forward as the SG 61 Council liaison because I do have a concern that the decision by the school district chair and trustees to remove the police liaisons from the schools had an effect on timely involvement in relationship building between police liaison officers and our students, and I'm going to stop there so that we have time to discuss.
Just for clarification, this language mirrors the language that was used at the District of Salish that passed recently. Is that correct? Okay. And I will say if this passes, I will work with council to come up with language of a letter that meets the needs. But if we wish to have a lot more discussion on this, we can obviously deal with it at a future time. Councillor Appleton, then Patterson.
Thank you, Worship. I'll try to endeavor to be very brief. I don't support the motion on the floor. I've read and referred to the discussions that were held at the school board level, and it seems clear to me that they have opposed bringing back the school board liaison program until it is rethought in terms of how it may affect marginalized students and marginalized people. So it needs an overhaul, or they have specified that, and there's been deep consideration of what that looks like. So, and I just want to be very, very clear that that does not reflect in any way, shape, or form on people serving in Oak Bay, on behalf of Oak Bay Police, or the dedication of folks that want to play that role as school liaison officers. It's the structure of the program that I have issue with. Thank you.
I have a feeling this may need to come back for further discussion because we're down to 1 minute. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, and I somewhat echo what has been put forward with by Councillor Appleton. I understand and appreciate Councillor Braithwaite bringing this to us, but School District 61 extends past Oak Bay boundaries. And certainly as our representative of Family Court Youth Justice Committee, I'm very well aware of the broader conversation. And so I have difficulty with the individual communities requesting this unless there is a framework that it would carry over the whole school district. And particularly since funding for the MIST teams, 2 of them were cut, which was undercut. Well, plainclothes officers and counselors, I have trouble supporting this.
We're out of time here, so I'm not going to ask for a motion to extend. I think we can just come back to this at a future meeting. I think it does deserve a bit more conversation. We are actually past the point. It adjourns automatically. Should we have a motion to adjourn anyway, since we're still within the last minute? Let's do it. Moved, seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. That item will come back to a future meeting. Ooh, that was a long meeting. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Including the longest lasting members of the public here. Thank you for your time. Boy.